Check 1 2, mic check. What's crack-a-lackin'? Start this shit early. Whoopsie, I swore. Woo! Oh, needed a fresh cup of coffee this morning. My coffee was it was had like slightly sour milk. I questioned the milk. I knew better. I was like, I think that milk is probably already going bad. There's like 2 containers in there, and it was bad. It took me like a few gulps to figure out it was bad. I was like getting busy on the office, getting ready and all that kind of stuff. So we're starting the show a little early this morning. Check 1 2, mic check. Check back. Echo. Good morning out there. Can you see my... It's getting better, believe it or not. I don't know how bad that looks, but it's come down a little bit. It was looking pretty gnarly when it like a sheet of skin came off with a spider bite on my face, and it was gnarly. Like, woke up with it. It was like a big knot, and then I took a shower this morning. I'm looking at it. I'm like, yeah, it's looking somewhat better. It doesn't have the hard knot that you get with a spider bite, or a bug bite, or whatever it was that bit me. I think it was a spider. When I looked on Google, and Dr. WebMD looked like it was one of those bites. So I'm on early this morning with you because some mornings I do self-guided streams, and we're blasting up or down in the bell, and I come on the stream later in the morning, and sure enough, someone's like, I bought calls on the at 9:31, and I just blew up my account, and I'm like, how in the fuck did you do that? So I don't want that to happen to you this morning. So we'll let everybody pile in, and we'll roll over there. It's 9:12. You got like 3 more minutes. And we'll just take a peek at where we are in the market. So we'll give the bull thesis and bear. We'll give the bear thesis. This is their thesis, and then we'll go with the bull thesis and see if they have any hopes here. The door is closing slowly. We're not. It's been like the I don't know, whatever that movie there is where they have the Zamboni and the guy's going stop, and slowly but surely the Zamboni is coming closer and closer and closer for bulls. But we'll talk about the bull thesis as well this morning. What sucks is that weekly velocity and daily velocity are not conducive. They're conducive. Hourly velocity is conducive to a squeeze, but it's not sustained. With where weekly and daily velocity is, they're both negative and just turning negative right now. So you'd expect either like squeezes that'll fail back tests, and we're below the daily trigger too, and or failure to start, depending upon where we are on the market. Now, last night in a brief, I wrote to you that, when we're getting into the close yesterday, I bought the close, the dip before the bell, and I told bears on the stream yesterday that we're likely going to go up into the bell. I wouldn't necessarily hold long into the bell or into this morning, mostly because if we have bad news overnight or in the morning, they'll sell this shit down to the depths of hell, regardless if dealers are hedging futures to the upside. So, but similar to when we're in a low volatility environment, you'll see dealers sell futures typically, right? unless we get some good news and we squeeze higher in pre-market or after-hours, stuff like that. So you're seeing that action on Sunday, and then you saw the action again in the overnight tonight. Now, we do have some volatility ahead, right? We have Kamala Harris and Donald Trump debating this evening, and we also have rolling into some reports that could potentially be negative on Wednesday, and that could set the stage for, everything looks hunky-dory into the close, but then you wake up and the market's on fire tomorrow. So let's get into it. I think people are here, or whoever cares is here. Let's look at it together. So should we do market brief maybe? Yeah, we'll do this one, I think. Board wanted to see this anyways, because they're changing graphics and stuff. Okay, so, oh no, we're on the wrong side here. Dang it. How about this one? Opening bell. Positioning. I don't get here early enough for this anymore, but I don't even like this one. I don't like how big my picture is. Let's go to this one over here. Okay, so we know some things, right? We know that this is upside down, right? Or if I were to turn this upside down, you would understand, right? If you're a bull out there, you'd understand. You don't want to be long, regardless of outcome, as we approach major support or resistance. So when we approach stuff like this up here, you're trying to get out as we approach. This is where your FOMOers trade. Basically, up in here is where your FOMOers trade. Always. It's always where they trade. They also trade just above it. You should always be in the lows. We closed a bear put. We closed a bear put hedge down here, right? Hold on here. Sorry about that. Hold on here. I'm getting really loud feedback here from a news squawker. Really super loud. It's like absurd. My point here is that you live in bottoms, right? And if we sell here, you'd be living as a bear. And on the inverse, if we reject this or squeeze up and begin to sell, you live here as a bear, right? The same thing holds true down here too for a bull. So we closed some bear put ratios down here, and we got long on some call spreads that should have been call ratio spreads. I fucked that up. We could have rolled down into Monday or Tuesday. Too much risk for me. But we rode this up, and I also left on from that bear, left on the bull side of that bear trade. So I'm going to be getting rid of that as we enter up here, so we can get max profit on that trade. Now the key point as we come into this open is this: we can easily green bar this up into 930, 945, whatever. It doesn't matter. But these sellers are waiting. Here is the point.
Good morning, equity traders. The daily US equity open news is now available on the headline feed and the research.
I'm going to turn that shit down. So my point here is that as we get this opening bell, right, 9:30, maybe they green bar us up, and it's like a red bar straight back down, and then they're off and running to the downside. So if you are long still, if you bought the close with me yesterday and you didn't sell and you're like, fuck you, Cap, I'm diamond handed to the belt, to the open tomorrow, congratulations. Just know that there is a STO here on the opening bell. That's sell the open, where they're going to attempt to at least sell. So if you are going to get flat on the open this morning or get out of your calls, or for me, short puts, that kind of stuff, what is the plan here, right? What is the plan when we open the market up this morning? And it's wait and see. It's wait and see. It's wait and see to find out if we break above, we begin to consolidate and catch a new high. The hourly trigger can come up, and we can start to clear all this stuff up here and get all bulled up. We want to also see if we instantly reject, right? Come back down here and start breaking below the hourly trigger. Then we start getting bared up. We take that trade to the downside. If that's what happens, or we even break above, consolidates, and then boom, they liquidation break you. And if they bring us back up, we'll take a call above. If they don't and start setting us down, we get underneath the hourly trigger, we'll get all bared up, and we'll start trading 528. So the only point that I would say to you here is, just like every other time, Cap, I don't know if I should put a hedge on up here. Cap, I don't know if I should get a call spread down there. Cap, I don't know if I should buy on the dip into the close yesterday down there. You're probably on the wrong side of the fucking trade if you're trying to open a trade on the bell this morning again. You don't want to be on the wrong side of a trade. So if you are trying to close out your longs, right? Take the money and run. Or you are waiting for a signal on direction. Some kind of proof that we're going to break above and start trading higher than the daily trigger, or that we're going to reject and start heading lower, whatever that may be. Now, right now, for the bears, we'll start with the bear. Well, we'll start the bulls. We'll start the bears. We're starting to turn positive here in hourly velocity. That's good for bulls on the surface, right? But on the daily velocity and the weekly velocity, it's kind of, see that we got a little bit of a negativity here in the daily. Update. We have a lot of negativity here on weekly.
Says copper price is expected to remain.
What that implies is that we can either fail to launch, we can also fail to or any kind of move higher is just a squeeze, looking for liquidity for more downside because of that weak weekly velocity and that also weak daily velocity. And also any kind of squeezing could be, like dampened on any bad news. You got like a note or a bill auction that comes out, anything slightly negative, especially in cash market. They will sell and we'll have a failure to launch. And any squeezing would be like, boom, straight back, just squeezing to get more liquidity to go to the downside. So until conditions improve, price gets above the daily trigger, successfully backtest the hourly trigger, crossing the daily trigger, and we start to make new highs. You're not out of the woods, bulls. You're just not. Now, if you are a bear, and because everything is on your side right now, you are looking for a few things. You are looking to be selling this general vicinity, 550, 552, somewhere in here, trying to get short. How would I be trying to get short up here? Let's say we get way up here.
Offering size not.
I wouldn't be getting short there. Not at all. I'd be looking for some kind of like back test that fails, right? And a new low of some kind, right? And as we start doing that right there, you're Johnny on the spot. You break that low as you break the daily trigger, right? Then you're like Johnny on the spot. Bam, we get the hourly trigger and we're to the downside and we're off and running to the downside for you. You're not just getting up here and going, I'm short, any of that nonsense. They will run this all the way up on you if you do that stupid shit. So just be patient and wait to see if it rolls to the downside. Have your trade set up, SQQ, I don't know, SPY puts, short, ES, whatever it is, whatever your poison is, put spreads, whatever that shit is. So don't be shorting the strength into the open this morning. Bulls, I already told you what you're looking for. What else do I got to tell you here? I think that's it for the open. Basically, if you're in a trade, you're closing a trade right now, or riding your trade, you're not opening any trades on this opening bell. This happens too frequently, right? I'll do a self-guided stream. We come in here, you guys are buying calls, and you're down here in like 20 minutes. So no, this is not bullish. This is closing from bullishness. Bullishness is buying down here, buying that close. That's bullishness. Make sense? I hope it does. It's the opposite of what you think it actually is. I hope that helps you guys out there. Hope this really does help you out there. How's Chase doing this morning? He laid out a manifesto into the bell yesterday. I'm sure it's printing like a MNFer right now. We were getting oh God, I can't, like, I wonder how many people are like, I wonder how many new people come in and listen to him in the morning. like get short as fuck when he's talking. Whenever these guys talk too much, it's because we're gonna squeeze higher, right? He's on a beach somewhere. I love Chase. Don't get me wrong. It's the louder they get, the it's reversing to the upside. What's up with GME earnings? Sell it every time, every single time. Come back and buy the dip every single time. And as a matter of fact, if you did that every single time, you'd be richer than if you didn't. So I know this time is different. There's way better times to be buying GME. The events for GME are never a good thing to do. It's kind of like Tesla to some extent. It's always like the run, like the GME thing's always like buy a low, right? Weeks ago, sell into these events normally. We'll talk about it though. We'll review GME today. In general, that's the rule. You'd be better served over the years if you did that. We'll take a look at it today, though, for you. I've got no problems looking at GME for you. Okay, so the open, it's 9:25. We got 5 minutes left. I'm going to switch now to you know what sucked about yesterday was we didn't get this up here yesterday. I was hoping that we would have gotten this into the or in the middle of the afternoon, gone all the way up here, or into the bell, gone all the way up there, because I would have bought some puts. If we had traded like 50, even 52, anything like that yesterday, I would have bought puts, but it didn't. It didn't show itself into the close. So we're at it this morning. Let's see what happens here in the opening bell. Let's check out some levels too. Oh yeah, we're right at R1 on the open right now. R2 is at 550.63. Let's take a quick look at it here as we open. See what we can catch here. Like Tasty does a good job. Thinkorswim is terrible. If you reset your network on Thinkorswim, it's like a fucking process. Tasty's pretty easy. Yeah, we'll see if they green bar this straight up, but be careful of like you get the green bar straight up. Bam. And then, it's this nonsense right here. Wham, straight down. Bam, 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 bam. You're like, woo, making money. What's that? That kind of stuff. Also note that we still have not closed the gap to the downside as well. I looked at some prior examples of where we are with Velo and price and stuff, and we usually go down there. Like 9 out of 10 times, we go back down there quickly, and that's your bottom. One more bull thing here for you. There's an idea here that we could possibly, let's say we sell down this week, let's say to 28 or 20 or something like that. And then we have like a tractor beam into OPEX higher, a nice 0 or a 5 into next week, which would be like your recovery, your actual recovery trade, return to the scene of the crime kind of a trade. So we'll be paying more close attention to that. Another thing for the bulls, your buyers.
1 minute now to the U.S. cash equity.
Basically, all your buyers dry up. I think I told you this ad nauseum at this point. Right around the 13th and 16th. You have the rate decision on the 17th, 18th. I noticed yesterday that the shit rags were trying to push that 50 BPS is not bearish. They haven't broken anything. I want to know what is breaking something then. If it's not 50 BPS, then what the fuck is breaking something? What are you trying to tell me? They broke something and they're going to give you a 100 BPS? No, sir. And as a matter of fact, I got something cool to show you guys. I got some cool shit today. I'm going to take a break this morning, and I'm going to line up some stuff for you. That does validate a rate cut that I haven't shown you yet. The rate of is it called the GDP rate or rate of GDP? I think it's called.
So looking out to the market on open imbalance, S&P 500, 130 million to the buy side, NASDAQ 100, 25 million to the sell side, Dow 30 stocks, 55 million to the buy side, Mag 7 stocks, 15 million to the sell side.
So I'm going to show you this later, but there's like a rate of GDP. Now this is different than the GDP to debt ratio. We don't see any signs of debt going down, which is not necessarily a bad thing if GDP continues higher. But the rate of GDP is dropping right now, and it reinforces the Treasury Department and the Fed cutting rates. Fascinatingly enough, if you look at I think it's called the GDP. I think I'll just look it up right now. Hold on. Let's make sure I got my verbiage correct here. Make sure I'm not just like spewing garbage here. What was I looking up here? Oh. No, not that. Not that. Not that. Nope. Got a bunch of that shit last night. Yeah, I got it right. The GDP growth rate. It's called GDP growth rate, right? If you look at the GDP growth rate, it is at this spot going back to like 2008, where if you look at like 1994 in particular, 1994, we like 93, we rolled into like a pause of rate hikes, and then the Fed began to cut rates and increase rates over a 3 to 5 year period. We entered a bubble. And I want to show it to you today. I want to show you 3 or 4 different graphs. And then I want to also show you rates pausing and rate cutting and increasing. And compare it all to 1994 into 2000. Now, it's not exactly the same with debt. It's not the exact same situation, but with MMT, there's a possibility of a bubble. The rate of GDP is
Just of note for
reinforcing
CB
that the Fed is going to cut.
To say the extent of GLP-1's impact on brands and businesses is still somewhat to be seen.
And not only is it reinforcing the Fed is going to cut, if the Fed does not cut, it reinforces then that the Fed is over tightening. So all eyes will be, in my view, all the metrics that I'm looking at, the Fed is all the metrics that I'm looking at, the Fed is. I gotta get rid of this now. We don't need this anymore.
Says anything that disturbs the Canada-US trade relationship could have a very significant effect on the Canadian economy.
Anything the Fed is looking at is screaming right now that we need to cut. And it's because when you look over like 10 years, 20 years, 3 years, 5 years, not like a 1 minute chart or a weekly chart, or not a weekly chart, but a 1 minute or an hour chart, a 4 hour chart, or even a 1 day chart, we're there. Like the squiggly lines over that long time frame is there for a cut. And he told us that, right? In his last rate decision, he told you that it's time, right? So everything is lining up for it. I don't know if the carrot works anymore. I guess you could argue that it would for maybe in December or something, but man, I'll tell you what, it's on like a razor edge right now. If they don't give you something. Although I was shocked yesterday. They were like, oh, no, 50 BPS. That's not panic. I would be panicked. 50 BPS, I'd be panicked. You don't want to be seeing. Never got my water. Oh, I got a jug over here. I got my piss jug. I can drink out of that. We drink out of my pee jug.
Sounds negative now. Last down 0.2%.
Woo! Boot Barn, I haven't looked at it. Haven't looked at Boot Barn. Are they crashing because of the?
Announced a dollar denominated.
Are they crashing because of the
3-year, 5-year, and 10-year
of the strikes we're gonna get or something? I think it's just Boot, isn't it? Yeah, Boot. I thought Boot Barn was crashing. I thought you said that retailers are going to crash due to a strike or something. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I guess maybe it could crash if it's peaking, right? Lumber's doing the same thing right now. Like we're like housing market's rolling over, and like all the construction stocks are fucking mooning like crazy right now. I'm like, oh, it looks like they're gonna take the money and run on the top. Like all the construction stocks, they're all like straight mooning, and I'm like, they must be mooning because they're coming into a top for that shit. Winky, someone was asking about the strikes yesterday in the Discord, and the only thing that I told the guy, like I looked up all the strikes that I could find on Wikipedia. They'd give like a list of them, and I couldn't see any impact in the market and at large, but I didn't check any of the old school.
That would certainly be a concern.
Small caps is a relatively new index, so I didn't check like ETFs that were around during some of those port strikes. I need to look deeper into it. Like the overall market didn't get affected that I could see, but that doesn't mean that like retailers or like durable goods and shit like that didn't get hammered. Yep, already drinking my pee. Went on a spending spree last night. I bought a bunch of I'm doing a bunch of I've got a Cadillac Escalade. It's not really built for this, but doing some like camping and stuff on the weekends, like heading out. They have these they call them 2-tracks here in Michigan. They have a bunch of national forest and state forest land in Michigan. And they have dispersed camping from September 15th until May 15th during the hunting season. You can go like hiking, biking, and fishing and that kind of stuff while the hunters are out there.
Anything that disturbed the Canada and US trade relationship could have a very significant effect on the Canadian economy.
So I'm buying a bunch of crap for that. And I went on a spending spree last night, but I don't want to go too crazy. Like I was like, oh, maybe I should buy one of those. Maybe I should buy one of those enclosed trailers or something, tow behind the truck. And then I was like, no, I'm not doing that shit. I'm not going to invest all this fucking time and money into this. I just want to go out in the woods and be quiet out there. But I did get I used to have a what did I have? A Kodiak spring bar tent. And I got rid of that. Kick-ass tent. But I got rid of it. I don't know why. I think I was moving it from out west or something. Too heavy, too big.
Note for BMW, JP Morgan has cut the stock's target price to 95 euros from 115 euros. This, of course, does follow BMW earlier cutting their guidance.
So these overland guys are using some kind of a tent. It's called a what is it called? I don't know what it's called. So I bought an overland tent last night, and then most of my camping gear is like a one-man tent kind of stuff, backpacking, backpacks, that kind of stuff. All ultralight kind of backpacking stuff. So like I bought a cot, like a cot, and I bought some memory foam for it, and I bought a cool little tent that's like instant. It's like square geodesic kind of a thing. And so that I could go out like overlanding out into the woods and go fall camping while it's chilly and cold. It's just lining up the stuff to do in the fall and early winter. Do 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 do. Oh, your wife's doing PCT right now? My brother-in-law just finished it. He loved it. I think the PCT is my favorite trail, my favorite long trail in the U.S. It's got everything.
Just an update for Ally Financial. That's ALLY.
So it's got like the right mix of the AT and the right mix of the CDT.
Challenges have intensified due to high inflation and weakening employment. The retail auto credit challenge is evident in increased delinquencies and non-performing loans. Ally Financial is currently down about 13.2%.
My daughters want me to take them on a long trail. It's for doing the show. It's the only thing in my life where I don't know that I can do it with them now because of the show. I need somebody to replace them, like David or somebody. But they want me to do one of the long trails with them if I can. But that's like 3 to 6 months, right? 4 months, depending on which one you do, like 3.5 to 6 months of being away from the show.
BOC's Matt Clem does add that if they saw a big change in layoffs, that would certainly be a concern.
PCT is awesome. Come on, get the 50. Get 50, get 52. Do not roll over just yet. Yeah, I like section hiking. I do a bunch of that, or I have done a bunch of section hikes. Do not roll over yet. I did a bunch of peak bagging in Colorado. I had my wife's aunt, did the Colorado 14er mountain book that has all the 14ers in Colorado.
BOC.
She did every single one of them.
Job growth pick up.
The Canadian dollar hits a near 3-week low at 1.3585 per US dollar, down 0.2% on the day.
She did all of them, and I went and did a bunch of those. Those are crazy. Colorado's scary when you get up there. Super scary between like the thunderstorms and the snow and all that kind of stuff. The fucking bears too. Like, the high peaks of Colorado to me were always, it reminded me of how scary like the Tetons are. Like for the lower 48, and some of the backcountry in Montana's like that too. Yeah, she's a badass. Keep going up. Little bit more, please.
And just a bit further for Ali Financial, the CEO does add, in July and August, they saw delinquencies up about 20 basis points versus expectations, and saw net charge-offs off about 10 basis points versus expectations.
I did read into Apple yesterday. It seemed like the prevailing thought was, I got a few things wrong, but I don't think I did. I couldn't find any more information on the canceling part of the AirPods to see if they were improved or not. But the general feeling on Apple event was what we took away from the Apple event yesterday. A lot of stuff that we already knew. None of the reviews yesterday talked about the stuff that we talked about yesterday, though. Like stuff like the creepy AI stuff.
It says he raised the agency's 737 MAX production cap with the new Boeing CEO during their first conversation.
That's odd. Some of the people out here are saying for their morning, they're saying this morning that the market is muted. Market's up fucking 0.7%. If you bought the close yesterday, it's up 0.7%. That's not muted. Let me check something here for you. Check this morning's Gamma. I got to watch this closely. I got to get out of this trade. Just a little bit more. So this is the second day that the Gamma flip is moving higher. Let's take a look down at Gamma this morning. This is the second morning that the Gamma flip has moved higher. Let's take a look at it really quick. So the flip has moved higher. It was down here. Now it's up here. So we're chasing that flip right now. Whoa. Call wall right here. 72 million. Local resistance is right where we are. So you can see it. Local resistance is right here. This blue line. Gamma flip is above this morning at 54.30. On a positive note, the local support has moved higher. It's now at 54.50 right now. Put wall has moved higher. That's good to see. Put wall is now down at the gap to be closed down below. That's good to see. There is more gamma down here, but it's not impacting the market at the moment. That's good, but that's all positive-ish. And there's a giant gap up here. Like, this is noteworthy as well. Let me see if I can get this on a... That's noteworthy. Local resistance, gamma flip. Local support. Whoa, right there. Support, put wall, call wall.
Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem says, I see some downside risk to third quarter GDP estimates.
Yeah, we're going to talk about GDP this morning. We were talking about it earlier in the show.
So in 10 minutes time now at the top of the hour.
We got to chat about GDP or the rate of GDP more particular in more
so that's Fed
focus.
Supervision Bar speaks at a Brookings event on Basel III Endgame. Both the text and Q&A are expected, but keep in mind we are in the midst of a Fed blackout period at the moment, and so we're not expecting monetary policy comments.
Just further from Campbell Soup's CEO, it says they expect long-term net organic sales to be in the range of 2 to 3%.
You guys want some gamma for NDX too? You guys want some of that NDX gamma?
And as usual at the US cash opening, I'm going to kickstart a rundown. In terms of equities, they are mixed, with the US is S&P 500 up about 35 basis points. Nasdaq does outperform slightly, up about 37 basis points. And the Russell 2000 lags in the red, down about 0.3%.
Right now.
Sectors do open in the green, with the communications and consumer discretionary outperforming in the green. The latter helped by upside in Tesla, after the EU will lower its proposed
wait a minute here.
EVs from China.
Stop.
Energy solely sits in the red, weighed on by a weaker crude complex amid OPEC's MO.
Hang tighter. There we go. Oh, looks like shit. I can't get it for you this morning. It's not formatting for me. No dice. No dice. Let's see if I can... Why is that acting so fucking screwy? I'm trying here. Give me a minute. Well, that looks gorgeous. Why can't I just get this? Yeah, that looks like garbage. I don't know why it looks like garbage. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. Hold on, guys. Let's get rid of this. We know where the sellers are, right? We know where they are. Excuse me. A little bit of a roll going on in IWM, a little bit of a roll going on in DIA right now. TLT, a little bit of a roll going on. HYG still pumping away on rate cut fever. Dixie catching a bid. VIX 9-day back testing its daily trigger right now. Let's see what we got here. Get rid of that. I'm going to read some stuff off to you this morning. Did Oracle end up cranking? I didn't even get a chance to check. The debate next Tuesday could be an inflection point in either direction for the U.S. election, which is currently quite close. The market-neutral Republican policy pair, GSP 24 REP, has underperformed 8% locally with or without commodities. Underperforming its bets to polling, predict markets, macro drivers, and the like. Our attribution analysis of this underperformance suggests that the market is positioning away from Republican policy and towards Democratic policy,
Fed Vice Chair for Super,
rather than it being a function of a cyclical bias or some factor of skew.
Text and Q&A are both expected. Comments on monetary policy, however, are not, as we are in the Fed blackout period.
Although it does have a cyclical bias, we think there is a positive symmetry in going long the Republican policy pair tactically into the debate. So basically they're saying you long the Republican policy into the debate, doesn't make it so. It's more of a relief valve than a shift. They also like buying short-dated call options in the Republican policy outperform basket. Now, I did post for you a full white paper or note on yesterday on the debate trade for today. I'm going to post this chart for you. That's that one I just read to you there. I'm going to read some stuff on for you here in just a moment on that white paper that I gave to you yesterday. The buyback trajectory from here is no longer supportive. We're starting to get into that. We're like getting to this point where the door for bulls is like closing. You're basically looking at OPEX being the hope and prayers for a bull. Downside remains the bigger convexity trade, but they have stuff to buy in an up scenario as well. That's CTAs. They could be that's true about CTAs. They could be triggered to buy, but it's the same bullshit of getting to all-time highs and higher. You trigger more buying from CTAs. Luxury route could deepen as Chinese shoppers flee. That's good. Believe it or not, that's good for equities. It's good for inflation. You've got the poors are trading up for better goods and services instead of shopping at Dollar General to shopping at Target and Walmart. And the rich are getting deals right now on luxury goods. I looked at boats this week, and last night I looked at boats again. I found 25, 35-foot cabin cruisers, 20 grand, 10 grand. That should be $40, $50, $60,000. Not many, but I found a few yesterday, which is nice to see. Sailboats are coming down as well. Not quite where I want them to be, but they're coming down. I still haven't found like one or two sailboats, but motorboats I have. Even found a boat yesterday that should be 10 to 20 grand, and it was $3,000, and the guy's like, just come get it. Like literally, just get. I'm assuming that it's the yard fees or whatever he wants paid off. That's what you want to see. You want to see these people just be like, fuck it, can't sell it. How much do I owe for the yard or for my slip? And let me just pay that off and get me out of this fucking thing.
Material changes to capital proposals, according to Fed's bar. As he comments again in the speech in Washington on Basel.
Please, baby.
And the Fed are to make material changes.
Give me some deals.
Capital proposals, according to Fed's bar. So more colour from Barr, as he said, the Basel and GSIB's surcharge and reproposals would together increase capital for GSIBs by 9%. The original plan raised capital by 19%.
What was I looking at? What was I looking at yesterday? There was something important that I had here for you.
So Barr adds that the changes to the Basel reproposal would exempt banks under $250 billion in assets from most new requirements, except for recognizing unrealized gains and losses of securities.
This was into the close yesterday from GS. After last week's nasty sell-off, worst performance week year to date for SPX. We got an eerily quiet bounce today. That was yesterday, which felt like an abatement of supply in the face of oversold technicals rather than real demand, a true inflection higher. The street was forced to digest north of $5 billion of equity issuance last week as upcoming macro catalysts are forcing issuer supply more quickly. Paper Party resumed full throttle tonight. We count $2.5 billion across 7 registered transactions. You've got a Rebecca Chung saying Monday's rally is a gift. Use this chance to buy protection. She's basically telling you to hedge so that they can long the market. I don't know. Today's rally was mostly short squeeze driven with no real participation. UBXX short basket is up 2.8%, SPX 1.3%, but on no excess buy flow. This is a good opportunity to take advantage of this rally to buy protection. Overall, this is no volume support rally as a bad setup since sellers are simply stepping back and waiting on the sidelines after SPX fell 4.3% in 1 week. 4.6%, by the way, on SPY. But there is no strong incremental buyer other than short covering. Futures volumes are just average, stock volume at 95% of average, and ETF volume at 60% of average. In today's conference call, I shared a slide on the collapse in the buy-the-dip frequency in the market from 63% in January for the prior 2 months to now just 17%. This, together with no excess buy flow on a rally day like today, confirms that buyers are far and in between right now given so much macro uncertainty on the horizon. After many investors were up double digits this year, they may not want to keep max risk 2 months before the U.S. election as well. Lastly, the chart below shows the current estimated dealer gamma profile provided by London Derivative Strategy Team. It will be max long gamma at 10.8 billion when SPX is at 55.30. Currently, SPX is at 54.83. That also lines up with coming back into positive gamma. You would also trigger more buyers at that point as well. CTAs, hedge funds, that kind of stuff. This suggests that a potential cap at that level from long gamma hedging, unless there is a lot of buy volume to offset, which doesn't seem to be the case based on excess flow today. That was yesterday. On the other hand, dealers could turn short gamma at 54.50 and stay short on the downside. We're currently at 54.84 on SPX. So a little bit more rolling down. Things could get really spicy to the downside. So be very wary here.
Real U.S. median household
If we begin to roll down, things could get nasty. Now there's some positivity here. Put wall is now higher. So that 528 or 520 possibility, maybe not as possible as it was yesterday. I mean, rein it in, maybe just close the gap down below down here. For now, at least. And that is the first leg we have going down is just to close the gap anyways. You need to see some more doom. Maybe the election goes the wrong, or the debate goes the wrong way. CPI goes the way of sellers, that kind of stuff. Where is the white paper on the election this evening? Yawn, 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 more yawn. I passed out last night reading papers. That's what I did all night long. I nodded out reading papers, woke back up. Here comes the roll. If you want to know more about the opportunity to hedge the market, if you want to know more about that stuff I just talked to you about, I'm going to post it right now into the Discord. If you want a deeper analysis, here it is. Oh, boy. We started this nice and early. We started the stream early this morning. Because I assumed that people would be buying calls right on the opening bell. And that they'd come back in and say, Cap, why is it burning? So I'm like, we're going to start the stream early this morning.
So we are seeing U.S. bank stocks slightly extend their losses following bar.
We told you before 9:30 this morning to not open any long positions.
American Express, Key Corp are down.
Congratulations. Now they're horse trading you. What the fuck? What am I doing here? I got problems going on here. Losing the side of the market here. Should be closing longs. What was the man? I had something for you guys, and I don't know where the fuck it is now. Just let me out at 550, 550, 552, somewhere in here. I'll take that one and I'll take this one, either one. Right there, either of those two spots. Just get me out of here. Whoop. I don't think they're going to let me out. Should I put on some protection here for the downside? Let's look down lower there. Woo! You know, one of these fucking times they're gonna get this, right? Like they've been dropping bombs. Like on any high, it's like boom, 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 just trying to get one juicy rundown. Because we're in negative freaking gamma. That's about it right there. S3, S4 and 5 down there. Pivot point right there. That's where we turn. That's where they become short gamma. Right about there, that yellow line right there. That's where they become short gamma. Right in here, that yellow line right there.
First time since 2020. So that's the first time since December 2021 Brent oil falls below $70.
It's slightly lower. There's a new low that you need down here. Right there. I'd give it more like 54,485, not quite 54,560. I'm gonna start playing the bear music again today. I sold my calls in the after hours yesterday. I still have a leg on, no of a trade, but it's like way the fuck out. So it's still got like 2.5 months on it. So I'm hoping I can exit at some point a little bit higher. What am I looking for here? I'm looking for a. I don't know where it is anymore. I can't find it. Okay, I don't know where the fuck it is. I'm going to read to you. I'm going to read to you a CPI preview. You guys getting bared up over here? Doom, baby. Motherfuckers wanted to buy calls in the open this morning. They're getting hammered. Would you say larger boats are seeing strong demand while smaller boats in the 30-foot are experiencing a slowdown? I haven't seen any like 40-plus footers on like steep discounts. All like the 30-foot sailboats are coming down pretty hard and heavy. The motorized boats that are 30-ish feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, cabin cruiser type boats are all coming down right now. Luxury goods in general are coming down right now. That's all good for if you're rich. It's good. Rolex watches are coming down. All that good stuff. I saw an article yesterday or 2 days ago. Buy luxury goods. I'm like, why? We're not ready yet. They're not low enough yet. Oh, also, did you see auto sales are bottoming right now? I don't believe that either. I'm like, nah, I'll wait a little longer. Oh, here comes the doom, baby. GS on macro. Ronnie Walker and Jessica Rindels are out this morning with a CPI preview where they expect an overall 0.23% increase in August core CPI versus 0.2% consensus. 4 key component level trends the team will be watching. Another increase in car insurance prices, reflecting continued, albeit decelerating, increases in premiums. Also, after last month's outsized increase, the team expects shelter inflation to moderate, with owner's equivalent rent increasing 0.33% and primary rent increasing 0.29%. Going forward, the team expects monthly core CPI inflation around 2.2% for the rest of the year. Turning the unemployment rate, this rose 0.8 pp since early 2023, despite payroll growth averaging 230K per month over the same period. Before the pandemic, demographic trends implied a break-even rate of roughly 75,000 jobs per month. With this, Elsie Peng sees 3 reasons why this number has been higher in recent years, including immigration surge, the cyclical rebound in the labor force participation rate, and number 3, unusually large gap between payroll and household survey employment growth, which has been running at 140,000 per month since 2023. Now, this morning, I was telling you earlier about GDP. Now, this is not the GDP to debt or the government debt ratio, but this is, they're talking about the GDP now expectations. Now, for myself, we've gone over the Fed funds rate as it pertains to unemployment, as it pertains to inflation.
Index, 39 out of
We've also gone over what Wolf Richter highlighted with the Treasury Department, with their runoffs. I've shown you the charts on where we get like steeper runoffs at the end that could send us into a recession if Janet Yellen and the Treasury does not announce magically at some point that they've stopped, which I expect in the next 2 or 3 months. Next 1 to 3 months, you're going to hear Yellen come out, and she's going to publicly say, sorry, we're done, and hopefully save the economy. The last key point here is going to be the rate, the GDP rate. And I'm going to go over that with you really quickly here. I was looking at it last night. I haven't seen anybody talking about this anywhere, so I don't know enough about it. I'm not, I'm just a regular guy, but I find this kind of fascinating. And I'm going to show you guys something kind of neat right now, if I can find it. I'll show you a quick chart here. I could probably show it to you on Google. Let me just show it to you on Google here, because they had a pretty neat. It's really funny. Like people are like, "Well, it's not that simple," but it kind of is. And I want to show you this really quick. Was it data commons? No, I don't want to do data commons. And that shows it. That kind of shows it. We could do data commons because that's World Bank, isn't it? Is it under economics? Right here. Hang tight here. Can I explore more? Perfect. We're going to go down the bottom right-hand side here. I want to show you guys something else here, too. This is the growth rate of GDP. And fascinatingly enough, I'll talk to you about this here. I'll talk to you about this more, I'm doing a report for you to look at this stuff. When you start talking about the Fed and the Treasury Department wrapping up their operations and stuff like that, they're aware of this graph right here. This is going back to 1970, the year 2000, 2010, 2020. And what I want you to pay very close attention to here is when we break below this zero line, or even down into this zero line, we begin to break down right about there. We experience recessions, really bad market crashes, that kind of stuff. Down here, this is actually the 2008 crash. And fascinatingly enough, we got the tech bubble of 2000 over here, bloodbath right here. And we're coming into a place right now where the growth rate of GDP is rolling down. Do you see it? Fairly easy to see, right? And what I wanted to look back on here was, this zone right here and that zone right there. And what was the Fed doing in this area here? What was going on in the stock market? What was going on with the Fed at that time period? And this same time period, what was the Fed doing? What was going on? How did they save the market? And we're kind of there right now, too, aren't we? You kind of get the Fed trying to save the market, maybe. This would be something where if the Fed attempts to save the market, right? So the idea here is if they begin to over-tighten, if the Treasury begins to over-tighten, where are we headed? Back down to 2020 again, aren't we? This would be a market crash, pretty bad, right? So we're there. You see it? We're right there right now where the Fed has to do something. Now, they don't necessarily have to cut, 50 BPS or a full 100 or anything like that. But something has to happen. And fascinatingly enough, I looked back over here, and this was 1994. And I was like, what did they do in 1994? To stop that bloodbath to the downside. And there's something else fascinating about this rate of GDP too, which is what? We don't oftentimes have like breakdown anymore. We did in the 70s and the 80s, but as we came into MMT, it becomes less and less. They got a big breakdown there, sideways, right? Big breakdown, a big breakdown there, sideways, then big breakdown. But we have a lot of these like sideways, right? Sideways, right? Breakdown. And so there's a lot of expectation out there that we're going to have another breakdown. Well, history says no to that. History says that as soon as we start hitting this like MMT kind of stuff, computers, MMT, modern society, we get less of those big down moves. We just had one right here. So they're going to try that again. See that? Try it again, right? It's when your boy J Powell has been in the stock market, right? Extended again. And this is also how we know in modern history, if we get a soft landing, that your next cycle will guaranteed be a recessionary cycle. So are they going to attempt this over here? And if they are, we're due, at least on the growth rate of GDP. So we're going to take a quick look here at what happened in 1994. What did the Fed do? Hey, what's going on over there? We're going to go to SPX. And what was the Fed thinking or doing back in 1994? Let's go take a look at it. This is your boy J Powell, right? Like 1994, right? This is the Fed funds rate, this blue line right here. This is inflation. The green line is inflation. The unemployment rate had a little tick up here. And what's fascinating is you've got a flattening of rates in here, right? And you've got like cut, hike, cut, hike, cut, hike. That's into August of 2000. This is 2000, year 2000. It's 1994 over here. This is also when the rate of GDP was heading to a place where we are right now. And so did they do a bunch of cuts? Nope. They did like a cut, a hike, a cut, a hike, kind of floated around. And what also is neat, too, is when they gave that cut, you had a little bit of a spike in unemployment. From that big move down in unemployment, you got a spike. And then they actually did bring unemployment down even more. And guess what else they didn't care about? Inflation. And inflation went up, down, up, and even bloodbath below 2%. They caught their 2% target. And then it ramped back up down the road. Now, what happened in 1994? Let's have a look-see and see what the market did. Look at that. At a time when you think the market's going to crash, at a time when the market's like, you probably had a bear back in 1994 going, oh, dude, the market's going to crash. It's going to be terrible. It's going way down to zero. And out of nowhere, and especially if you look at the rate of GDP, if you look at the Treasury Department's runoffs, we're like right on that another same plane. You've got what the Fed works on, which is inflation, unemployment, that kind of stuff, right? All that shit's matching up right now. Pretty fucking close. Now, I can't guarantee we're going up here and going to do that straight shot. But I'll tell you what, this is probably what they're trying to do right here, right now in our market. Save the market. Jerome Powell, famous for it. And look what happened. We fucking cranked. And I mean cranked. And here's something else fascinating. All of that shit's lining up. And let's look at the PE ratio. Look at that bad boy right there. That hot sauce. This one right here. If they're successful, you would expect what? A move higher.
The S&P 500 Energy Index.
And you'd have bears screaming.
Prices are falling here.
The whole way up. So I'll have this for a report for you. I'm working on the report right now so you can look at all of this in total. This doesn't mean that the Fed is successful. It's not a predictor of that. But as we get into these rate cut decisions for the end of the year, and you're looking at the grand total of everything, it's looking like a duck. It's walking like a duck. It's quacking like a duck. And these are operations that they've done and been a part of for decades now. And I guarantee you got Jerome and you got Yellen out there going, you know, we can do this fraud just a little bit more. We've done this a few times, or we've done it 4 times. Started doing it back in the 80s and the 90s. We did it again in 2000. We did it again in 2008. And we just came out of COVID. What are we going to do? Not do it again? You like to think that the Fed you know, everybody's out there going, well, they got to do this and they got to do that and they got to do this and they got to do that. And you know how these guys are, right? It's just like everybody else. If it worked before, it'll work again. Maybe they'll lie to themselves and say, well, we overdid it a little bit in 2000, didn't we? In 94, 95, we kind of overdid it. Kind of like turned the spigot on a little too much. Like, what about 08? Oh, we really turned it on then. We really had the cocaine flowing. Maybe we don't do it as much. You know, it's like a cocaine addict, right? You ever go to a party? There's always like that one slightly overweight guy. He's got like a suit blazer that doesn't quite fit. A little too loud in the party. He's sweating. His face is always red. And you're like, that's the Coke monster over there. Don't tell that guy we got cocaine. That guy will take all your cocaine, right? That guy's like, I just want a little bit of cocaine. I promise I'm not going to get crazy. Half an hour later, he's like, give me all you got. And you're like, I only brought a little bit. And he's like, tell me who your dealer is. We'll get a big bag of it, and we'll just get everybody all crazy in here. And you're like, dude, you're the Coke monster. Calm down. That's the stock market, right? I told you we're only doing a little bit. We're going to do a cut, then we're going to do a rate increase. The Coke monster's like, well, you just bought that 1,000 acres out there, Jerome, out in Wyoming, in Jackson's Hole. You got to pay for it somehow, man. Just keep doing the cocaine, man. We'll get a good 8 to 10 years. How old are you now? 72. You'll be dead by 82. One last hurrah. But I'll tell you what, I don't know if the Fed cutting rates works or not, but I will tell you this. I've shown you the chart for the Treasury Department. I've shown you the charts for unemployment and inflation. I just showed you the charts for GDP, the rate of GDP. Now, there's one negative here, but it's not really a negative. That's the GDP to debt ratio. I looked at that last night, too. That just keeps going up. It hasn't rolled over either. And guess what? When the debt rolls over, guess what happens? We get a crash. I shit you not. So if you keep accumulating debt in this country, GDP continues to go higher. And we actually go higher. The market, statistically, every single time goes higher. I shit you not. Every single time. So you get like Gunlock out there telling you got to reduce the debt. It's because he's short. But if they don't reduce the debt, guess where the market goes? Straight up. And that would if the Fed's doing operations to cut and all this kind of stuff in the Treasury Department, and they don't cut the debt, the market should moon. Like fucking vertical. Now I don't know if that happens. There's a bunch of shit saying this isn't going to happen. But maybe it just like maybe it blunts a downside move. You get a seasonal low. You get a crash here and there. We move down 20%, but then we're up 30%. We're down 15%, but then we're up 40%. And it's still a vertical line going straight up. It's not a bear market. It's more like a flash crash. And the funny part would be we'd be cranking. A seller would miss the move down. Right? And then they'd be getting bared up at 15, 17, 20% while the market's like, fuck you, we're going higher. Meanwhile, you're trapped in the entire thing. Which I find hilarious. But I'm putting this report together. I got a special report that I've been writing. It's taken me days and days and days to put it together, but that's a little taste of it. There is a recipe here. They got a recipe going on in the background, I kid you not, to save the market. And they know about it. I'm sure they know about it. And that's why all this shit lines up with, like, we don't care about inflation. Unemployment is the biggest thing. GDP is a bigger thing, believe it or not. The Treasury runoff is the big thing. Now, of course, this doesn't translate to a 1-minute chart. You know, like today doesn't matter. This month doesn't matter. But if you look back in like 20 years from now, and you're like, fuck, it just went straight up. You'd be like, Jesus. So if you're a bull or a bear, just be aware that they're writing the story right now. And so you want to pay very close attention to if we get a carrot and they're going to become like what bears say they want, what I say my Main Street hat wants, right? My Main Street hat is like, burn it down. Don't give them their rate cuts. But my Wall Street hat is bring on the cocaine, baby. So you want to be paying very close attention. And you know the old people, right? You know what the old people want, right? Cocaine. Till they die. The old people don't want to be going through that at all. As a matter of fact, I was speaking to a friend yesterday. And he's an industry titan. He's an industry titan. I don't want to give away who he is, but he is not an industry. He's a captain of of retail stores in the United States. So this guy is like on the in on, let's say, like all the Walmarts or all the Home Depots or all the Lulumons or all the Boot Barns, that kind of stuff. And what he told me in a conversation yesterday afternoon after this show, he said to me, Jim, I got to tell you something. I said, what? He said, private equity and the banks know that these old fucks aren't going to give up their wealth. And I said, you got to be kidding me. He goes, no. He goes, they're having conventions where, like, grandpa, let's say grandpa owns 10 U-Hauls in your community, 10 McDonald's. in your community, 200 apartment buildings or houses in your community. These old boomers aren't giving up that wealth, and that wealth is making money. You understand? That wealth is like, so if I own 10 McDonald's, it's making me money. Those McDonald's are worth money. It's making me money. Do you understand? So let's say I have 10 McDonald's and they're worth, let's just pretend that they're worth $1 million each. They're not. They're worth more, but let's say they're $1 million. So I have a $10 million worth of McDonald's, but they bring me income every year. $1.5 million, $2 million, $1.5 million, $2 million. I'm old, boomer. And all the rules have been changed. They were all changed in 2008 and 2000, right? Especially 2008. All the rules were changed. Barrier to entry. Couldn't just be getting signature loans anymore, right? You had to be more responsible. Senate ensured that, right? And so I did what I was supposed to do. I bought a bunch of McDonald's. I'm filthy fucking rich. And there's nobody or nothing, no debt cycle that's going to remove that money-making box for me. You can't pry it out of my hands until I'm dead. And if I do die, it's going to my son. So if the Senate can't rip it out of your hands, the normal market business cycles can't rip it out of your hands, how do you get it out of their hands? How many trillions of dollars do boomers own in wealth? 70 trillion. How do you get it out of their hands then? Well, if you're a bank or private equity, you're scared shitless. Why? Because you need these normal business cycles to continue so that you can make money off of the next generation. You don't want that money going to that guy's son, nor his grandson. And if the normal market functions and the government can't rip it out of their hands, flush them and wash them out of the system, how do you get it out of their hands as a private equity guy or a bank? You show up to where those guys congregate. And you offer that old man, let me buy it from you. You don't need to work anymore. Fuck your son and grandson. I'll give you 10 million cash today. I'll show up, take one quick look, and I'll take it all from you. So now you have a whole nother aspect to washing or flushing the system in our capitalist system. And guess who's buying it all? Private equity and banks. So now Bob, who owns 10 McDonald's, didn't give it to his son Mikey, who's been partying for 20 years, thought he was going to get an inheritance. Bob says, you know what? Fuck you, Mikey. You're not getting my McDonald's. If there's anything left, I'll give it to you and I'm dead. So Bob takes the 10 million from private equity. He goes and buys his boat and parties for the next 10 or 15 years he's got left. Good years. Goes down to the villages in Florida, bangs a bunch of women down there and gets herpes and stuff at like 70 years old. That's what he's doing, right? Meanwhile, Mikey's out there getting a new job. And what's private equity doing? They're accumulating these 10 McDonald's, another 10 McDonald's, another 10 McDonald's, another 10 McDonald's, right? One way or another. And then if Mikey ever wants to buy a McDonald's, they have to buy him back from the bank, don't they? With a shitty mortgage, paying high rates from a bank. So the bank can continue to make money and cycle these properties and these businesses again and again and again. And it's happening right now. Ooh, that's bad. Look at that. 1, 2. You know what that is. That's bad. Staircasing you down over here. Double top. If you're a bear, double top. So in the background, all of this is going on. Why? Why are banks buying these McDonald's if we're going to have a big crash? Why are banks, if we're going to have a big crash, we're going to have the doom and gloom, we're going to have 10 down years, the lost generation. Why would a bank or a BlackRock or private equity be accumulating all these things? Because they likely know what? The Fed and the Treasury Department are going to try to save the market. They're going to try to dull with MMT, getting us into the next debt cycle. And who has to be Johnny on the spot, owning all of these rental homes, owning all of these McDonald's, owning all of your local, I don't know, your local hardware store, or your local, I don't know, dentist. That's a big one right now. Dentists. They're buying all the dentists. They're buying all of the veterinarian clinics around the country right now. Did you know that? It's in the news. So if we're talking about doom and gloom and 10 down years, a lost generation, the mechanics and the wheels in the background are saying otherwise. You got Jerome Powell high-fiving Jaime Dimon. Jaime and Jerome are like, hey, bro, you just start accumulating all this stuff. We're going to do our shit over here. We're going to put the cocaine in. We're done with our operations. It's going to be, we're going to have that moment where you go down, but then it's going to come right back up like a rising phoenix, baby. We're going to try to extend this market another 5-10 years. Woo! 4 years, 3 years. We want you to accumulate all this stuff, Jamie, so that you can unload it on the next generation, right? Here, you want it? You want a McDonald's? I got a bunch of them. It ain't going to matter because you're under a mortgage now. You're on a revolving line of credit with a high rate. And you're now paying me. Your dad wasn't paying me. He's down in the villages getting crabs. But now you're on the hook, and I get what?
Russian aggression.
The interest on the loan that I'm giving you now, son. Your dad, Bob, is in the villages, and I'm your new daddy. My name is Jamie.
Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Russia represents further military escalation and violates the UN Charter and international law.
Definitely. You're in the D? I'll hang out with you in the D sometime. I'll hook up with you downtown. Hit me up with an email. It's CaptainJimJames@gmail.com. I think I also got a Jim maybe at tradethetrigger.com too. You can do that one. I think it's Jim@tradethetrigger.com. Hit me up, man. I'll hang out with you. So in the background, there's machinations that you need to be aware of. There are banks trying to jump ahead in the debt cycle. The Fed is also trying to save the economy right now. I don't know if they're successful. But if we're talking about rate cuts in September or November, we're ready for them. Maybe not crazy. You don't want to see 1. You don't want to see 2. You want to see like 2.5. Wait and see, data dependence. Maybe add 2.5. All right, take off 5.0. All right, maybe we're flat again and we're watching. And they create that soft landing for 4 or 5 years. If they do that. Oh, man. Who's ready for 7,000, 8,000, 10,000, 12,000? Anybody out there? Forget 6,000. How about 7, 8, 9,000 in S&P and spoos? Talk about rating on a parade. Double top. Triple top. So I got this thing coming out for you. This is like a preliminary 2025 outlook. It'll also show the pitfalls with debt in the middle of 25 It'll show you the bounce in inflation in 25, that kind of stuff. This is like the prelim for what to expect in 25. Does the Fed save it? Does the Fed not save it? Is the Fed actually going to want to crash the economy? And they are there. If the Fed continues to hold the carrot, if the Fed continues to not cut rates, from now into end of year, they are likely going to trigger some real bad shit. If they don't, or if they do, cut and wait and see, then raise a rate, 0.25 or 25, 25 BPS, up 50 BPS or down 50 BPS, up 50 BPS, that kind of stuff, up like this, they are attempting to save the economy to some extent. So you want to pay very close attention to the Fed. Not even their verbiage, just are they given the cuts or not? Do you get one this year or not? And there's another reason for that, too, because if they don't, people will de-risk themselves. Professionals will de-risk themselves if they don't do this stuff. And even the banks in private equity are in the background putting money to work. Think about that. They're in the background removing the wealth from boomers. And the wealth money machine, the money in the box machine from old people, they're taking it away from them actively right now. The transfer of wealth, 70 trillion, is not going to you, a young person. It is going to private equity and banks. They're going to fuck you. And then they're going to sell it to you and make money off of you. That's what they're doing right now, actively. I love having these conversations when we're supposed to be bullet bearish. Sound like Chase Winter right now. Just as a bull. Triple top. Yeah, the scary part of that, too, that run of the 90s, the scariest part of that is if you were in like 93, 94, think about that. You didn't know what was coming in 95, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So they could be telling themselves today, we'll do a little bit of cocaine, but the old cocaine, we're never doing that again. Just a little bit of cocaine. And the coke monster that goes to the party, he's over there going, just a little bit. I don't need any more, just a little bit. But once that cocaine is flowing, they want more, don't they? And they forget that they said just a little bit of cocaine, right? They forget. It all goes out the window, doesn't it? So you're thinking, we're just going to, we're going to have a soft landing. We're going to have like slowly up and to the right. And before you know it, it's like straight up. Bob's son or grandson, he's like, I can't afford $1 million McDonald's, bro. And then Jamie Dimon's like, oh, don't worry. We're going to make lots of cash for you. We're going to cheapen the dollar for you. We're going to make $1 million easy for you to get to buy from us. Hang tight 1 second. one of those scam donate to the National Fraternal Order of the Police, but it's not actually the National Fraternal Order of the Police. So I was at a more scam calls. Jamie's on the phone going, "What are you doing, bro? Don't tell him." All right, I'm going to take a quick break. It's 10:55 in the morning. I've been sitting in the chair here with you guys since quite early, right? 8:30 this morning. I got to go potty. I got to empty the pee bag out. I got to change my diaper. I lifted weights this morning, but I got to do it again. So I'm going to lift some weights. I need like 15 minutes, 20 minutes, take a quick break. We also have the Euro. No, we're not at the Euro settlement yet. But we're close. So just give me a little bit here. I'll be right back with you guys. Just note that we are slowly rolling down in the market. If they catch this new low down here, 544.85 and 545.60, be careful. Could see a progressively faster move lower. You know that you've got the low right here, right? If they haven't been able to get the low yet, they got a tick here, but not the low. If they are able to get that, be very careful. The 1 minute will cross down. You want to be Johnny on the spot for that move lower over here. Just note that it is there. It's setting itself up right now. It's not quite there yet. You know where the targets are if you get the briefs every night. Just keep watching, okay? They've been trapping some bears in here. There's some other thing about, not trapping bears, but they're taking shots every day in cash market, right? Let's hurl a boulder over and see if some bad news comes out or some bad data and see if we can get a bloodbath. They're setting this up into the debate this evening and the reports tomorrow morning. So one of these times they're going to be right. One of these times they're going to be right. I got to go potty. My ass cheeks are numb. My ass chaps are numb right now. I'll be right back with you guys in about 15 minutes. I got the squawker on right now. Get you guys all fired up. Piss off the Bears. Telling you why the market should crash. I love you, Bears, believe it or not. And if you're poor out there, I love you too. I'm just using you as an example and trying to speak from the perspective of the greedy old boomers. So you're aware of what they're doing. You're aware of what the banks are doing to you. I want you to be, fully aware of this stuff. It's not me. I'm not that guy. I'm a poor. I'm with you. I'm a poor. You and I are, nobody in this show is rich. There may be a few of you out there. I do think that we're monitored by sometimes we say things and all of a sudden it's in the news the next day and I'm like, they're probably listening. But I'll be back with you guys in just a little bit, okay? Be right back.
So the S&P 500 is flat, the Nasdaq is up 0.2%, and the Dow is down 0.5%. So the US to sell $80 billion in 4-week bills on September 12th to settle on September 17th.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
According to a poll, the Fed is unlikely to cut rates by 50 basis points at any of its 3 remaining meetings this year, say 54 of 71 economists. And the same poll says the Fed is to deliver 3 25 basis point rate cuts this year, say 65 of 95 economists. The majority in August poll also expects 75 basis points in cuts. And the Federal Reserve cut Fed funds rate by 25 basis points on September 18th to 5.25%, say 92 of 101 economists. 9 of them see a cut of 50 basis points.
And just the bills update here. US is to sell 80 billion 4-week bills on September the 12th, 60 billion 17-week bills on September the 11th, and 80 billion 8-week bills on September the 12th, or to settle on September 17th. Boeing update, ticker BA. Boeing delivered 258 airplanes year to date through August 31st, including 198 MAXs. They also
Fitch
report
Ratings says the
207
Federal
orders net
Reserve
of
easing
cancellation
cycle
/
will be
conversions
mild
through
and
August
slow by
31st.
historical
Reports
standards.
250 gross aircraft orders through August 31st, 22 gross aircraft orders in August, and deliveries of 40 commercial jets, up 5 aircraft from the same month in 2023, including 32 737 MAX.
So Fitch Ratings keeps oil and gas price assumptions mostly unchanged. We have posted the Fitch Ratings piece on the feed for all those interested.
I'm just seeing a Reuters poll concerning the Federal Reserve to cut the Fed's funds rate by 25 basis points on September 18th to 5% to 5.25%. Say 92 out of the 101 economists surveyed. None of them see a cut of 50 basis points. And the poll further reveals, in terms of the Fed delivering 25 basis point rate cuts this year, 65 believe so out of the 95. And with regards to the Fed, it's unlikely to cut rates by 50 basis points at any of its 3 remaining meetings this year, say 54 out of 71 economists. Just of note for Airbus, to say its CFM engine deliveries continue to be late. Just making you aware of economic commentary from Fitch. They say US Fed policy easing cycle that is about to begin will be mild, slow versus prior rate cutting episodes. Airbus's CEO does add that European space industry is in a difficult situation and declines to comment on satellite merger talks. Just seeing some commentary here from Barclays CEO, that's ticker BCS. They do say that the lender is deeply committed to the cards business. Just of note for Anglo American, does offer to sell about 13M and plates shares. So that is to sell about 13 million and plates shares. And just of note for Amazon, AMZN and Uber, UBER, they do bid for drug delivery firm LivMeds, according to Bloomberg. And continuing on with Barclays CEO, to say deal volumes are already starting to pick up. Of note for AT&T, T will be 2.5 times EBITDA at the end of the year, the CEO says. And just of note for Sony, does unveil the PlayStation Pro console as expected. And just of note for Eli Lilly, LLY, its once weekly dose of insulin Efficitora alpha deliveries A1C reduction consistent with the most advanced daily insulin in people with type 2 diabetes. And of note for 7i and Asian news, US FTC has told 7 and I it intends to probe potential couche-tard to deal, according to Reuters citing sources. And continuing on with Eli Lilly in its QWINT2, Esfotora did help adults naive to insulin therapy currently using and not using GLP-1 receptors agonists achieve an A1C below 7%.
Brent oil falls below $70 per barrel, the lowest level since December 2021, as OPEC cuts forecasts.
And just an energy update here. Flint Hills Resources Corpus Christi West Refinery reports on September 9th. So yesterday at approximately 2 p.m. in the afternoon, a fire occurred from a portable air compressor with a capacity of 230,000 barrels per day.
Just note here that we're going to talk to you really quick. There's an upside trade up here. They'll back test this 1 minute trigger as we trade higher. Just note though that as we head higher here, that there's a bunch of supply. We'll flip over really quick and just show you that supply on the upside map. Just note that, see all this supply up here? Let's see if we can take a peek. So it should be like a bumpy ride up here. And because we're in negative gamma, we're still in negative gamma. Until we get above the daily trigger, we're in negative gamma. So you're going to see like a bumpy road to try to get up there. And at any point, they can sell you down if more sellers than buyers right on a basic level. So just be aware of it. It should be more of a grind than anything. And again, as a bull, you're in negative gamma. So at any point, you start losing.
Morgan Stanley's co-president say it's optimistic due to expectations.
You can see failures here at any point. So just be paying very close attention to this 1 minute trigger, and you might even see like a back test on the 5 all the way up. You could see like you could see something like this. Oh, that's a little bit. It's kind of shitty. You could see something like that. But then you could see price like do the grind, right? Like wham down here, wham down here, that kind of stuff, right? And at any point, if you lose that, I would personally, if you lose that 5 minute trigger, trade is over. But theoretically, you could go all the way down here. They could do a back test over here, slam you down all the way down here, and still head up there and do that stuff. If you're not already in the trade, just wait down here. You basically need to stay above. You need to stay above 545.62 for this to be valid to the upside. What really sucks about this too is what's the final outcome of this? You know, as time passes today. As we get into, there's a few things to look at here. Let's look at it together. Just like yesterday, right? You got the high, and if you don't get the new high, if they hem you in, and time passes into the end of the day, what do? They like 2:30, 3 o'clock, we do this bullshit. You're going to expect, like yesterday, a squeeze up, but you might not get that today because what they'll do is no one will have risk on the market. It's the same thing as right here. Do you see it?
And IPO markets are still below.
Same thing right here. They try to send you down, fail.
Change in the third.
This we're like right about here. That's where we are right now, right about here. So they go up here, they stop you from getting the new high. Now, into the close yesterday, we got that nice little rip into the close. I don't know if we get that today. What could happen today would be we just bleed off into the bell, awaiting Kamala Harris, Donald Trump, CPI, and they're going to keep trying to send you down here. That's the thing. We're in negative gamma, so every time we come into any kind of strength, selling into strength. So just be aware of that for the rest of today. We can still trade all this, but just note that they're going to come in every time you get strength. They're going to be like, "Woom, throw it down. Woom, throw it over." We got the high today and the new low today, right? So just be very conscious of that with this bar right here. This is the instigation of the move higher. we start breaking down at any point this afternoon, it can get messy. Now, what's my take? What do I think happens? This is all valid at the moment, but truly, there's an attempt here. I want you to know this. Truly, I want you to know that most of the market is either sold out of the market, they're finished with their buying, and they're awaiting Kamala Harris and this Kamala Harris and Donald Trump trade and the CPI bullshit. We've got gaps down below, and they're active. Our market participants are actively shorting right now. So, if you're a bull, you know not to be bullish unless it's price, hourly, daily trigger, right? This can go against you at any moment. So, want to be aware of this, okay? That at any moment they can run this down on you, and the real trade is as a seller on highs here. So, like, be aware of that. Be aware that any strength you should be shorting. Theoretically, you should be shorting until we get above the daily trigger. And you can see right down here, they're trying it again, right? Like blood you down, take your stops, even if we're grinding higher. It's just another instance for sellers to get short, hedge, that kind of shit into tomorrow for that downside move into what? Into the debates this evening. If you don't know about the debate trade, Wall Street does not necessarily think that Trump's gonna pull the lead again. Basically, the market's pricing in Kamala Harris win. But they do think there's like an ebb and flow to that trade. Like the trade is different than who's actually going to be president or not. And their perspective is it's good to long a Trump trade for right now. It's more about money than truth. It's just like the rate cut trade. It's a separate trade from do we actually get rate cuts or not. Just be conscious of that as we get to the end of the day. But I'm not in any trades right now. I'm just trying to get out of a long that I've got. But it's way. I was hoping to get out of it this morning on the opening bell. I wanted to go a little bit higher, but I can wait for us to go lower to trade higher into OpEx to get out of that trade. So I'm gonna leave it on, not fuck with it. I don't have any shorts in the market. I've got no hedge in the market right now. I've closed that out at this point. If we begin to break down below the green box, at the end of the day, I'll look to put a hedge on for tomorrow. If we don't break down below the box, I'm going to be looking to short this shit up here into tomorrow's or tonight and tomorrow. Whoop. One other programming note: if you're in the Discord, I want to give a note to you guys that initially I was thinking about making 2 rooms in the Discord, one for Democrats to discuss the debate tonight, and one for Republicans to discuss the debate tonight. But I'm not going to do that. And I'm going to ask you, if you're a member of our community, to either attempt to refrain from talking politics the next couple days or take your discussions elsewhere if possible. I was thinking it would be fine to make two separate rooms originally so that you guys could have a safe place to chat. But in truth, it creates tribalism, and then you guys will fight in our main chats and stuff like that. So I'd ask that you maybe comment on Wall Street Bets or on Twitter somewhere else, and try not to hate each other or let the debate create strife. We have all those places available to us to have that. So in this debate that comes out tonight, you likely won't see me comment on it in the Discord either. I might go on Twitter and shit post and stuff. But you won't see me like in the Discord creating division. And I want you to realize that that's part of what debates are about. They attempt to create, like stoke people's emotions, have you guys like get angry at each other and tear apart the fabric of what you are actually in those places for. Maybe it's family, maybe it's friends, maybe it's work, stuff like that. We happen to have a financial education Discord. We want to make sure we keep that what it is, right? It's important that we keep the focus on our Discord on what we actually do, right, or something that's not as polarizing. So I'd ask that you just keep it to the minimum if you can, especially right now. Like, I don't mind the table talk with politics as long as it's kept classy normally, but whenever we get into like these times of year, like a debate or the election day, try to keep it focused on the market if you are going to talk about politics. Not even try, just if you're going to talk politics like today, tonight, focus on the Trump trade or the Kamala trade as it pertains to the stock market. Just today and tomorrow. Let people cool off too. And I would be very you might yourself be a Democrat. Let's, as an example, I'm a Democrat. You might think you got this in the bag, and then you start losing the debate, and then you think a Trump supporter is going to get angry. It might be you that's angry.
Session low.
So if your emotions are running hot, regardless of who you are, we don't want it in the Discord. As a matter of fact, myself, I might go on Twitter tonight. I've tried to remove myself at this point from the politics as best I can, even in my own life. Like, I'm trying to not focus on the politics. I told you guys earlier this week to be introspective and find out what your ideals and values are. This is like the Kool-Aid punch bowl to make people get angry, no matter who you are. To get emotional, that kind of stuff. It's pulling on your strings. You're the pleb, right? When I lived in Vail, right? I had a I'm not gonna say the hotel. There was a hotel. Some people know this hotel group, but one of the largest hotels in the world. The grandsons of that hotel group were my friends, and they didn't care about politics. They were very they had a political slant, and they didn't live like that in their personal lives. Rich people don't care about you. Well, they don't care about me. They don't care about you. If you make less than I don't know, if you make less than $5 million a year, $10 million a year, you are a pleb. I want you to know that. I want you to know that rich people don't give a flying fuck about you. They just care that you guys are fighting with each other. That's it. So they care about power and money. Remember that. Power and money. I don't care who they are. I don't care if they portray themselves as Democrats, Republicans, whatever it is. They don't care. So I'll be right back again.
Side to that news, currently down about 2.5%. And just continuing on with AT&T, CEO just says that they do not expect to see a dramatic change in the upgrade cycle. And just on the geopolitical front, as noted earlier in the session, the US does issue fresh Iran and Russian-related sanctions, according to the Treasury Department website.
Just one quick second here. I got something I got to do in the background.
And just of note for Kinder Morgan, it does say it is planning to shut down International Marine Terminal in Louisiana by the end of the day.
Wrong ticker. Watch this very closely here.
US crude futures fall by more than 5%.
They are taking a pounding on this.
And of note for
Check
Commerce
this
Bank,
really quick.
In 10 minutes
TO
time now at the
not
top
to
of the
seek
hour. See the release
extension
of the
of
1, 2, and 3. They're trying to blood the fuck out of this.
and they have today in
Look at that 4-hour ticker. They failed right there. On a 4-hour basis, they failed. They're doing it again. Woo!
But won't be at disposal.
See that right there's a 4-hour bar right here. They failed to get the green bar. Woo-wee. Watch that 4-hour bar very closely right now. So watch this real close here. You see that? See that tick right there in the 4-hour basis? Let me show you this really quick. Right there. So this is the initiation of buyers right here. You want to pay very close attention to that right there if they go down here. And that's no bueno.
Continuing on with those US sanctions, they do target Iran, air, and Russian vessels.
Watch it very closely right as an hourly basis right here. I want to buy this, I think. Hold on 1 second. This is a 1-minute basis. This is the 4-hour right here.
Political subject, Kiev will consider its options and could even cut ties with Tehran if Russia uses Iranian missiles in the Ukraine war, according to Reuters citing Ukraine's foreign ministry.
That was known yesterday. What do we got here? Fed unlikely to cut rates 50 basis points at any of its 3 remaining meetings this year, say 54 of 71 economists. The Fed are to deliver 325 basis point cuts this year, say 65 of 95 economists. I doubt that. Fed Reserve to cut Fed funds rate by 25 basis points on September 18th to 5% to 5.25, say 92 out of 101 economists. I'm in agreement with that. 25, so 92 out of 101 economists say, 92 say 25 BPS, 9 say 50 BPS. Yeah, that whole 50 BPS thing is horseshit. Ain't happening. Let's pay very close attention to this right here really quick. You had a failure above. You had also bear cross right here. Bear cross on the 1 and 5 minute trigger. And you have a new low down below. Still no new low below the 4-hour, though. Watch this tick very closely. Let's see if they can get underneath here. It's 11:52. They got 8 more minutes to get the new low. We'll find out if they get it or not. If they do, we're going to blood this fucking market down. But if they don't, I'm going to get long in here. We're going to get our trade of the day if you're ready for it. One quick second here. Looking at 547 Cs. Velo's okay. It's not great. Not bad, not great. The stuff on Russia and Iran, that's already known news. They're just regurgitating right now. That was known yesterday, I think, with the Iranian missiles. You got 6 minutes left. I want to see if they catch that 4-hour or not. If they don't, we're going to lung the fuck out of this. Look at that 4-hour candle again. It's all the way down here. Monday at 12, Tuesday. Where's Tuesday?
Time now at the top of the hour, we see the release of the EIA's short-term energy outlook report.
I got to look at ES really quick. They had a pretty deep low last night. Give me one quick second here. $5 a.m., 2 a.m. So 5 o'clock on Monday. On Monday, right about there. There it is right there. All right, I got a starter position. Pray for me.
So Treasury yields extending their decline as oil and financial shares are sliding.
Just of note for Morgan Stanley, Simkowitz does add to earlier comments saying the bank has $500 billion in private markets.
Sweating down here. There's one more tick down below here. There's one more right here. Could go a little bit lower. I did place a trade if you want to see it. There's a little more sweep down here that could be taken out down here. Sorry, I was stepping away for a minute because I'm looking for
Just
I was looking for a stock ticker for a friend.
agency has started selling around 53 million shares in the company.
The S&P 500 Bank Index hits a 1-month low, last down 4.4%.
Now on 200. Oh my God, I'm freaking out here. Sweating bullets here.
And just going back to Germany, German federal government says following a successful placement, financial market stabilization
Bought some here, bought some right here.
from approximately 16.5% to 12%.
Please don't blood me, baby. There is a long way down. You see it? Woof. All the way down here. Give me 1 second while I watch this. I got to still check on this ticker. Give me 1 quick second.
So seeing from the French central bank here as well, they're seeing underlying Q3 growth of 0.1 to 0.2%, expecting the Olympics to add an additional 0.25 percentage points. There's still no sign of the release of the EIA's short-term energy outlook report either.
Don't shank me here. It's a long ass way down. Look at that. Oof. 39, 38, trading 45. That's a 50-point drop, right? These will go to fucking zero. I know that. Is that right there? It's a full percentage point right there. It's a 1% drop.
Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Just going back to Morgan Stanley, Simkowitz does add saying capital rule change.
Leave that up there for the Bears. The Bears can see that.
So seeing the
I
release
got 200 547 Cs
forecast 13.25 million
for today.
per day, which is up from the prior 13.23 million barrels per day. A forward year crude forecast down slightly at 13.67 million barrels per day from 13.69.
I got to put stops in this fucking thing. All right, at least I got stops at least in the trade. I'm not gonna go to zero because this shit can go to zero. I got them in 0 dates. This shit'll be a bloodbath here. Still haven't taken my stops yet. They're about to, not quite yet. Still haven't taken my stops. Oh, they're fucking trying here, aren't they? Look at them fuckers trying to take my stops here.
So US stocks extend their falls now. The Dow Jones down 1%.
Still long 0-8 Sarah, 0-8 calls. This shit wants the bloodbath.
And just
Woof.
update for the crude watchers. Earlier weakness in the session has returned with the complex taking
You
another.
got people in the Discord saying I'm praying for you or something.
At about 65.
Like you guys are buying tops all day long.
About 60
Trying to buy blood.
barrel. Not seeing any fresh headlines behind this recent move lower, although some have cited earlier weakness in the session as CT.
This is scary. This could be they could rain hell down right here.
Of course, be on the lookout for any fresh headlines.
This is the gap down here. $12.04. They got the new low. That's bearish. Just a heads up. Even if we squeeze, that's bearish. They got a whole. They've just reset a whole entire half an hour to go lower. Still long. Haven't taken my stops yet. Probably some asshole out there listening to me right now going, just sell another 50 million really quick and see if we can take his stops.
And just continuing on with U.S. sanctions, the Treasury Department says U.S. designating 10 individuals.
Yeah, I added here
and Russia
and right here.
This time now at
Support for the
12:15
Russia's
p.m.
war in
Eastern Time. Fed
had
Governor
US
Bowman gives a
identifying
speech on
All
the.
right, started a position here, added right here, so we'll see what happens if this turns around or not.
Q&A both
Russia.
expected.
But this could easily just go boom,
Department is
straight down.
designating 3 entities, including Iran Air, and identifying 5 vessels as.
And it's looking pretty bearish here. SPX is looking pretty bad. Half-hour trigger's looking ugly. 5-minute trigger's looking pretty ugly. All this here is looking bad right here. 5-minute trigger's crossing right now. We'll see what happens. They want to shank the fuck out of this. Hit and run right there. That's like big time hit and run. If they can get it. They want it bad, baby.
So the EIA sees 2024 world oil demand of 103.1 million barrels per day, which is up from the prior forecast of 102.9 million barrels per day. For 2025, they're seeing demand of 104.6 million barrels per day, up slightly from the prior of 104.5 million barrels per day.
None of that helps me.
So looking in the steel reports as well, then they're seeing the Brent crude oil spot price in dollars per barrel for this
Do I
year.
want lunch?
$83. Next year they're seeing $84.
Not, maybe I'll
Retail
take some
gasoline
lunch.
Price unchanged for 2024 and 2025 at $3.30.
Do I want lunch? Is that today? Hell yeah, I want lunch.
For demand, the EIA sees 2024 US oil
Yes.
20.3 million barrels per day, down slightly from the prior 20.5 million barrels per day. However, for 2025, demand forecast remaining unchanged at 20.6 million barrels per day.
Fuck. Don't do it.
And
Don't
just
fucking roll it.
on On US equities have been seeing considerable downside in the last hour or so, with all the indices turning into the red. In terms of equity futures, E-mini S&P is currently down about 0.5%. E-mini Nasdaq.
Don't fucking leg it down.
E-mini Russell 2000 underperforming, down about 1.2%.
Don't you fucking do it. This will actually stop me out. They were about 5 cents away from stopping me out right about there. So if we break that green bar right there, I will get stopped out. And it looks like that's what's happening. Baby, come back. I've only got eyes for you. Oh, shit. I got to take the, hold on a second here, guys. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry about that. Wrong one. Sorry about the chat box. They moved the chat box over there for you. This bad. This takes me out right here. It looks like they want to do it. If you flush this, I'm out. Heck yeah, I want a sub. Sorry, I got some stuff going on in the background.
It's been 5 minutes time now at 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time. Fed's Bowman gives a speech on stress testing. Text and Q&A both expected.
Come on, rip it. Make me some fucking money.
The EIA as well sees 2024 world oil output of 100.
Come on, baby, don't give it up yet.
Versus the prior forecast of 102.4 million barrels per day. For next year, it's at 104.6 million barrels per day, up slightly from 104.4 previously.
Wrong way, Spoos. Go up.
I'm just seeing the EIA Steo does see 2024 world oil demand of 103.1 million barrels per day. That is above the prior forecast of 102.9 million barrels per day. And does see 2025 demand of 104.6 million barrels per day. That was previously 104.
Down here trying to buy a fucking dip, and I got people in the Discord.
So for the 2025
like,
world oil demand,
you buy Doom, baby. Buy the Doom. Of course, I'm going to get stopped the fuck out here in just a minute.
Sengo ban does enter into exclusive negotiations to.
You know these fuckers want all that down there so bad. They're gunning for it.
Water drainage business.
This will stop me out. I will take an L, not a big L, but $4,000. I'll lose $4,000 bucks. Somewhere in there.
48 cents a share to the market.
Or two. I don't know exactly what
As for
but it's somewhere in there.
The EIA sees this year's WTI price to average $78.80 a barrel. Previous was
between $2,000 and $4,000, somewhere in there.
Next year they see $79.63.
I'm not paying attention to the goddamn candles right now.
So the EIA increasing their price targets or average price objectives for WTI crude for the next 2 years.
$12.12 right now. They're trying to catch a new low.
And just continuing on with EIA, they see
still not stopped out yet, but they're very close to getting me out.
20.3 million barrels per day. So that
really close.
Lower than the previous forecast of 20.5 million barrels per day. They do keep 2025 demand forecast unchanged at 20.6 million barrels per day.
Yeah, I want a sandwich.
As for Brent, again, the EIA sees this year's Brent price to average $82.80, prior forecast $84.44.
I mean, that next 4-hour candle is that next 4-hour candle. Like this is the bottom of the last 4-hour candle right here. That fucker is right here. Wham. Elevator to hell if you're a bear.
Just continuing.
This looks shitty. This is not good.
The text release from
This is not good price action, just so you know.
testing.
This is very bearish price action here.
Of 13.23 million, and they see 2020.
Let me check VIX really quick.
Million barrels per day, slightly lower than the previous forecast of 13.
HYG is not going to. That's not showing that much. Dixie is not showing much. VIX is looking bullish as fuck right now, so we're likely going to blast down to the depths of hell. VIX 9-day coming back up to test that prior high, that prior 21.29 that it really likes really a ton. It like loves this VIX 9-day loves 21.30. Fucking loves it. Break out above that. This down below here. If you I want to show you this really quick. One more penny, I'm out. This yellow dotted line right here, fucking VIX gets above it, and we start getting nasty town. Mark that on your shit, just so you can see it. It's like
volatility and
like right here. We will fucking crater if we go above that yellow dotted line right there. No, they're about to stop me out. Yeah, I'm out right there. Watch how this goes. Watch how they turn this fucker around right now.
Of 102.
They just took me out right here. I just got stopped out on this trade.
Forecast of 102.4 million, and just see 2025 output of 104.6 million barrels per day.
So they just took. So I just got stopped out right here. This is what the pain is right here for me at least. If they reverse this to the upside, I'm gonna be fucking pissed. It makes me not want to talk about my trades on stream. I'm not shitting you. Like shit you not. I don't like talking about my trades on stream. Because I feel like or not feel, but I think that they know that I'm trading this with size. So I just got stopped out right here. Watch this reverse right now. Right to the penny they took me out. I gotta respond to this. Give me one quick second. I got someone calling me right now. It is not. And there are none. There are associated symbols in England or Europe and India. Look at these fucks took me right here. I'm so fucking pissed. Right to a fucking penny. I should jump back in right now.
And in the crude space, EIA 24 WTI price average of $78.80 a barrel, below the previous forecast of $80.21 a barrel. For 2025, they do forecast $79.63, below the previous $81.21.
All right, I'm in again. These fuckers took me one to a penny. Long again.
And just of note for Palantir, Chairman...
Always to a fucking penny down here.
Of stocks, that's PLTR. Shares currently down about 1.6.
Yeah, they paid me right here to literally one fucking penny. They probably know that I'm buying down here. Like this kind of shit, you're like the only motherfucker buying shit. I got 200 fucking contracts on again.
And for Brent, EIA does see 2024 Brent.
Fuck these motherfuckers. Like, let them blood it out. I just lost like 2 fucking K, so
44 cents a barrel. For 2025, they see
$2,300 or something stupid like that, I think.
Below the previous $85.71 a barrel.
I'll just leave it on the table right there. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Well, that's why I don't say my trades on stream most of the time, because I think we're watched by enough. I know that I know for a fact we've got about 5,000 viewers a day between Twitch and YouTube, and then I know for a fact because they send me emails saying, "Can we rebroadcast your stream?" And I say yes to blogs and discords. That's fine, but I appreciate that they ask. So we're probably reaching like 15,000 people trading spoos every day. So you figure if I tell you on public that I'm long this or short that, and if any of you are following those trades, it's not impactful in a meaningful way, but it's enough that if I get counter traded on the trade, it probably does take a few fucking ticks off the market. I think. I'm not positive on that. I know that I try to trade SPY so that I don't impact SPY. It's the most traded, most liquid symbol in the stock market. But ever since I stopped saying what I'm in on public and only tell a Discord, I win more than I ever did when I said it publicly. So, at any rate, I'm assuming that people are taking trades with me and that the dealers are countering those trades. That's what my assumption is. Someone in a hedge fund's just slamming the fucking buy or sell button. And then, like, if I'm selling or buying, they're doing the same thing. And then, and of course, dealers are like, what's all those fucking calls coming through? We got to counter trade that bullshit. Fuck those guys. It used to happen to me when I used to trade, like, I would trade like $30,000 in a zero dates and shit on like one trade. Sometimes I still do like $5,000-$10,000, but nowhere near in like single like 5-10 minute. Now I'll like scale into trades. But I used to like just hammer the 300 fucking 300.
Just making you aware, are seeing remarks from Fed's Bowman, of course, does follow Fed's bar early in the session.
But I don't do that anymore. Not like I used to.
Blackout. So Fed's Bowman will not be speaking on monetary policy, though she does outline.
That's real. I'm not joking here. Like that all this shit I'm telling you right now is legit. Like,
including the volatility and transparency.
I have better fills not saying it in public. When I tell you guys my trades in Discord, I get better fills.
Just revisiting.
I get no counter trading to me.
Average 13.4 million barrels.
Or counter trading from dealers.
Slightly above prior 13.39 million.
Only when I say my trades on public. True. So I am long here again, by the way. I'm going to eat some lunch really quick. I've got a sandwich that was made for me. And I got to place a phone call. There's a guy just called me. A friend of mine called me and said, what do you know about this company and is it publicly traded and all this kind of stuff? And I'm like, I had to do some research really quick in the background as we were blooding down and that kind of stuff. And it's not. It is in Europe and India and stuff, but it's not a U.S. There's nothing like related to it or whatever that I can connect the dots on. So give me a few minutes. If I sell out my position, I'll let you know. Hey, watch out for the hourly, the 4-hour bar right here. And also, watch out for this one. And watch out for this one right here. That's 546 and 544.86. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Over here, fucking sweating balls off.
And just of note for United Health and AbbVie, United Health UNH says it will remove AbbVie's Humira from some US drug reimbursement lists next year. And currently seeing downside in AbbVie on that news. That's ABBV, currently down about 1.5%.
So Financial Times reports that a Nippon Steel executive flies to DC to save the US steel deal.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Use Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
I need to do more fucking dumbbells.
And
Eat this
an energy
goddamn
update,
sandwich.
Russia's Yaroslav oil refinery has shut its FCC unit for a 2-week unplanned maintenance, according to Reuters citing sources.
They're not paying right now, though. They got 547s at 28 cents. That should have gone up a strike. There's no real premium here. Yeah, they are. Dealers are saying we're not going to 547. We're like, eat a bag of dicks. I'm like, okay, I'll just stay in them then. Fuck you, end of day. They're saying that we are not going here.
And Nippon Steel
Scene of the crime is right here.
for a last gasp push to save US Steel.
Well, I guess that makes sense.
US Steel,
If we go to the scene of the crime even into 4 p.m.,
Nippon Steel flies to
these would be zero by the time we get there.
save the US Steel deal.
That makes sense. If I was a dealer, I'd say the same thing. I should have switched to a lower strike. I'm going to try to get out around 30 cents and
Just making your way. United
reposition.
Steel Corp to see some initial upside to that move. That's ticker X, currently down about 3.6%.
No, they're just not.
On that
They're okay
slide,
with us going to
Steel Vice Chair
547.
will meet senior U.S. officials in Washington on Wednesday.
It's by the time that we get there, they want them to be zeroed out. So that's why they're losing call premium. Like the crayon eater answer is, yes, sir, we'll go to 547, but your calls will be worthless once we get there. So I probably have until about 1, and then 2:30 is when, like 1:15, 1:30, and 2:30 is when they'll start to really axe them. They'll do repricings throughout the day. Trading 28 and 29 right now. I've got no upside stops yet. I wish I bought like 46s or 47s. I mean, 46 or 45s. I was going to print fat. Or have the potential to print fat. Am I on microphone? Yeah, I am. Mic's on. No, it isn't. Pops aren't being sold. That's a lie. I'm about to fucking break through right now. Fucking rocket ship in about 2 minutes. You can see it right here on Bookmap.
Starbucks.
Well, I shouldn't say they're not selling every pop.
Letter says
If we can outrun these sellers right here, right? Well, there's like two ways, of course.
customer experience,
If we can't outrun the sellers here, we are going to blood.
mobile ordering.
But if we can burn through these sellers, we're going to squeeze the fuck out of it.
CEO does see enormous potential for growth, especially
Maybe that's what you mean.
in East, APAC, Europe, and LATAM. And for China, the CEO says they need to understand potential path to capture growth.
If you are long here, when we do breakout, it's going to be a giant green fucking bar. So have some upside sell stops.
And of course, this Starbucks CEO did start yesterday, and these remarks are in an effort to alleviate the recent sell-off Starbucks has faced.
Squeeze it, baby. Give me that fucking squeeze. Give me one quick second. I gotta need to do something to my teeth. So these are your two targets right here. Your first target is this yellow line right here. See that little yellow line? See how they're trying to sell that right there? Our second one is the daily trigger up here, or the hourly trigger. If they're gonna rain hell, those are the two places where they're gonna do it. I should get out right here. I should get out like right now. But I ain't. If these fuckers print like 75 cents or $1, I'm going to fucking freak out. Get on up there. All these late ass sellers trying to fucking sell the bottom. Squeeze that shit back up there. Take all their money. Fuckers. Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh. Come on, baby. You can do it. Just a little bit more. There's a seller out there going, I guess I should take the profit and run, right? I top ticked it in the top and I bottom ticked it in the bottom. I just can't tell anybody. And I'm just closing right now. Hit him with the screws. Oh, we're so fucking close. What the fuck's going on over here? I gotta look at this goddamn book map. These little bastards over here. I don't know. I mean, you might be right. Whoever's in the Discord saying that. We're still got more buyers than sellers right now, but it's tight. Yeah, we are right on the edge. If you are a buyer, you do not want to reject this 4-hour candle here. You do not want that. They trap your ass underneath this 4-hour candle right here. Woo-wee. They hem you in this shit over here for like the end of the day. They're gonna tell you, you're gonna get news reports at the end of the day that what? Traders brace for the election vol. We actually should probably turn the stream off at that point because there's no use in trading it at that point. They'll like come out and tell you some bullshit like traders. It's always bullshit like that. Traders are bracing. Like traders aren't bracing for shit. They're long the Trump trade. Get the fuck out of here. Traders are bracing. It's such a scam. Traders brace my dick, CNBC. CNC or CNB bullshit. Seriously. When they do that shit whenever when that shit like flashes across my screen, I'm like, oh fuck, here we go. Traders bracing for this. Traders are waiting. I'm like, no, they're not. Fucking get the fuck out of here. I'm still long here, by the way. I don't believe any of it. I just did a baddie too. I just got asked if I wanted a sub. I said yes. I don't eat that stuff normally. Like, well, I shouldn't say normally. I had one like a week or two ago. I feel fatter right now just eating it. I probably need to go hit the weights really quick for like 15 minutes today. Just like get the blood flowing again. Retail traders are long right now. Or supposedly. The numbers say that retail traders are long the market. They have not sold anything. There's lots of deleveraging going on or already long entities. They're not going to buy anymore unless we go above, I think. I think I read it too earlier, right? On SPX, there's no more buying unless we get above 55.30, I think. 55.30. So like you've got no more like professional entities willing to buy anything unless you get above 55.30. Any of like the longs helping retailers, they're done. As a matter of fact, we're down from the tip of the pig. What? 4.6%. So we're down. I think it was What was it? 6.4 or 4.6? So I think it was 4.6 from the high on Friday close of high of Friday close on Labor Day weekend. I think down to the bottom, whatever the bottom is right now. I think it was 4.6%. I think. So the thesis though is the thesis here would be that if there's no more buyers, or generally speaking, there aren't, right? Buybacks, CTAs, vol control funds, aka vol control gang. They're no longer. They're still on the market, but they're no longer buyers of the market unless we go higher. Now, there's another problem there though too, where we were down 4.6%. If there is any real volatility in the market, like real bad news, or like something happens with the debate, or I don't know, CPI is terrible, you're not going to have those funds that dampen volatility. And as we get closer to the 13th and 16th, we got expiration too, right? If you don't have any way to dampen that volatility, you could wake up tomorrow morning and be down 6% in one day. Not walking downstairs over the course of a week. 4.5%, basically. You'll see that 4.5% in like a day. So beware of that if you're a bull, right? Now Gamma's saying a little bit different story here, that we should have a bottom at the gap below, like a buyable bottom. But that shit can change. Like if we sweep lower, let's say into a close, down to that gap until like 3:45, 3:50 in the afternoon, you trigger a bunch of fucking hedging activity. We'll wake up the next morning and there'll be a bunch of new gamma down below those numbers. We can start staircasing that shit down like it's nobody's business. Keep on pumping, baby. Keep on pumping. I got till 1:15, 1:30, somewhere in there. Like from 1 until about 1:30 I've got. There's a 1:15. Like 2 o'clock, get the fuck out of here. We're done. I hate 2 o'clock. I hate 2:30. 3 o'clock's a toss-up. You get the murder bots. You got basically, if you're a bull, you basically got this shit right here, and then you're done. 1 o'clock, 1:15, 1:30, and then you're done. Or I'm done. Yep, we're right about here is where I'm trying to get out. Right about here. So 540, 580. Somewhere in there. You guys have my sell stops in the Discord, by the way. And I will be green for the day. Or flat, somewhere in there. Flattish green. I was thinking about holding these right on the bell just in case. Like if they did a super ramp into like 4 p.m., just like fucking ramp it.
$58 billion.
Make you fucking hedge the events tonight.
Spot 55.
Go to like $1.
1%.
I don't know if I want to lose all that money though. Like the problem is that they can like kill the options as we go there.
To the treasury auction.
Like what? Like these options have no intrinsic value, so they're only good for the direction. And I should be in a higher strike, and I'm not. A lower strike, excuse me, and I'm not. So I'm like poorly positioned.
The auction is set to test.
Dealers can fuck me along the way.
The lowest 3-year auction.
I got a bunch of problems in my positioning right now.
A price action early today has been steady with yields broadly within one.
And we have a ton of time left in the day.
Close.
And dealers suck.
Core European rates over the course.
Their job is to take all your money.
JP Morgan strategists see the auction as needing some concession from yesterday's closing levels in order to be.
I hate dealers.
And also the latest CFTC positioning.
Like I literally hate them. I know them intimately.
7 million 5 years.
I pay for their brand new or for their mansions. Yeah, I like the VIX trade right now. I like that trade a lot. I like the VIX trade. Vol up, spot up works, right? You don't have to pick a direction for what's coming tonight and tomorrow. I don't think they're going to sell vol either into today. I don't think they sell vol into the close today either. I think you're going to catch that vol into tomorrow. I think it's a great trade, by the way. Then directionally you don't care, do you?
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with
I was trying to describe that to people with the bear ratio spread. It's a very similar trade, right? You don't really care if the market squeezes to all-time highs or 600. If you just take the vol trade, doesn't matter because vol will be up once we trade up there, or if we bloodbath, vol will be up too. So you win either way. Same thing with ratios. Ratios are fucking kick-ass for that too. Or at least you're not burning your hedge if market goes higher. Do you guys want me to post that? I already posted the Trump trade in the Discord yesterday, right? What do you guys? Let me ask you that question. So, come on, man, just a little bit more, dudes. A little bit more fucking love. Break through these guys. Oh, all those sellers came all the way down already. These guys are pricks. Fucking sellers. Oh, no, right there. Woo, they're still up there. They're still up there. They're still hanging out up there. Give me my money. Let me ask you some questions. Don't let it devolve into an argument. Oh, yeah. Come on. They're going to fucking reverse it right now. Watch out for a reversal here. You might want to get out if you're long. And I'm out, by the way. You guys are all getting out with me right now? I fucking love you, Discord. You're welcome. You're welcome, Kenny Tran. You're welcome, brother. Everybody's fucking getting out right now. Now it'll squeeze even higher. Now it's trading 54 and 55.
It's booming.
Now that we're all out, they'll fucking squeeze this fucker to $1.
Partial one.
For some reason, I'm not getting any GIFs. It's all like I'm not getting any GIFs inside the Discord. I'm just getting, all I can see is like the links. That's it. You guys are fucking savages.
Oh, now at the top of
There's like 100 people going. I'm out. 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 I'm out.
2.55. The prior high yield was.
Woo! Nice recovery there. Is it working on you in the disc? So Discord's having an outage right now. Can you guys see GIFs in the Discord or no? Or GIFs? Some of you more technical people are going to yell at me like it's not a GIF, it's a GIF. It's a GIF. Can any of you guys can you guys see GIFs in the Discord right now or no? It might be a Discord outage. It's showing the like the website address for the GIF, but not the actual GIF. Yeah, I've got no gifts either. There's more up to go. You can see it, but so what they're gonna do here? Not be careful, but they'll like reprice 0 to 8s and they'll go higher. So just be aware that better positioning is probably a better if you're looking for more up here. If you're looking for the scene of the crime, return to the scene of crime into like 130. If you're of that persuasion. Nice tag in the hourly trigger. See, even if we're in Beartown, we can make some money. Even if we're the seasonally worst time of the year, we can buy dips and win. I love it. Yeah, that's a whole big shit show right there. It's like a big grind job. Watch out up here. This is like you got like 5-minute trigger selling, hourly trigger selling, half an hour trigger selling. You got the scene of the crime above over here. It's like a traffic. It's a lot of traffic to get up there. Nice. Finally put a fucking trade on. I wanted one earlier and didn't take one. I'm glad I didn't. I got stopped out to a fucking penny. Motherfuckers, dude. God damn. I think I'm done for the day. How about this? This is what I'll say is this. Okay, so no more trades for me. I'm green. I'm not red in the day. I'm good. But what I'll say is this. If I take another trade today, right, it's going to be on a top at the bell. Like 4 o'clock, 4:15. Or
we are shortly expecting the results of the US 3-year note sale.
Break below this green box.
Comes out at the top of the hour. The auction results will follow
actually
after this.
Like a break below the 4 hour, somewhere in there. Break below like the 4 hour, the green box. This kind of shit right here. We already tagged that one. That's good to see. So like if we have any like bloodletting down here, stuff like that, I'll start thinking about a hedge for tomorrow. Otherwise, no more trades for me. Unless we're 4 p.m. 5:50 or 5:52. So I got no more trades in me for today. I don't want to take any more trades today. But I do want to trade the Trump trade in its most simplistic form.
Treasury when issued 3-year yield 3.457% before the $58 billion auction.
The Trump trade is like basically tech. No go. Tech should fucking burn. So like Qs, EVs, anything that you guys love. Short that shit into the bell for Trump. Now, I want to warn you of something, too. You might hear on public, on Bloomberg, on FinTwit, on the news, that Trump wins the debate or is winning the debate. Or it could be astroturfed everywhere you look. The reason for that is because there are people with a lot more money that are on that trade. So they're trying to sell their ohm to you, right? They're trying to sell their position to you, tell you, hey, man, this is Trump's winning the debate right now. And it's because they're long the Trump trade. They're not necessarily care if Trump wins or not. It's a trade that they're all wrapped up in, right? Cat shit, wrapped in cat shit, wrapped in cat shit. They really don't know or care. They just care about the trade printing money in their pocket. Just be aware of that as we head into the end of the day. Let me ask you guys a serious question here. Hold on a second here. Thank you. Now, give me one quick second here. I gotta do my teeth here. And I'm not brushing at the moment because I eat a sandwich, and I definitely don't want to be leaving food in between my teeth. Women don't like that shit. They like to have nice, clean, perfect teeth.
Fit to cover ratio 2.66.
They want you to clean your nails.
3.4.
They don't want you to have rough nails.
4%.
They want you to buff out your hands
$58 billion.
so you don't have rough, gnarly hands.
1.38% of bids at
They
half.
want you to keep your mouth nice and clean, brush twice a day.
5%. Direct 11 spot.
Wash your clothes. They like the smell of work and shit. They like a rough hand after work.
4%.
But they want you to clean that shit up after you're done. And you don't want to die of anything either, right? You want to take care of yourself. So I got to do this really quick. Now, Trump and Kamala Harris. Forget your political affiliation for just a moment. We get enough of that. You guys that are MAGA, you get fucking cupfuls of shit. You guys that are Biden and Kamala, you guys get cupfuls of shit. Try for a minute to be objective. And tell me in the chats, who do you think wins tonight's debate? Be honest. You get enough of that in the rest of your life. This is a small group of people. Just be honest. Nobody cares if you're, I don't care if you're Republican and you say otherwise. I don't care if you're Democrat, say otherwise. Try, because we got so much astroturfing out there, it's not even fucking funny. And we got like party affiliation. We got tons of it. I don't know who wins the debate tonight. I think who wins, Matt, or I think it's a toss-up, depending upon where and what they do. And I am fascinated by a lot of the discussion around it. And I think a lot of it's weird. Like last night I was reading some stuff and I'm like, these fucking Democrats keep fucking talking. Like these Democrats keep thinking that they're talking, like they're like, dude, she's got to do this and she's got to do that. And I'm like, stop thinking about yourself. And then I see Republicans like, you got to shit all over her. I'm like, no. Well, maybe, but you gotta get voters on your side. It is very like political hacking. Or so my father was a lobbyist, and that was his job. When you're a lobbyist or stuff like that, you have to like win people to your vote. You got to get people to vote for you, or money, or favors, which is not an easy thing to do, right? So you got to get that like middle voter. How do you get that middle voter? So you either have to go on the attack and make somebody look incompetent. Like I was watching Democrats yesterday, and they were like, they're like running this fucking program on Reddit going, Trump shouldn't be running for office. And I'm like, are you stupid? Your best candidate to run against right now is Trump, nobody else. Like, why in the fuck would you want to run against a conservative, non-MAGA person right now? You would never want to do that as a Democrat. This is your best chance to win right now, believe it or not. The best chance for Kamala Harris to win is against Donald Trump. Believe that or not, that's true. You would never, ever want to run Kamala against like a John McCain. She would fucking lose. I'll promise you. She'd lose. It would be a blowout. And people are like, he should drop out. I'm like, who's saying this? Is this guy an actual Democrat? Is this Chinese or Russian? Like, who the fuck is pushing this? Like, who's doing the astroturf in here? And of course, Trump wanted to, like, Trump should have ran against Biden. Like, if I was a Trump supporter, I'd be like, whoa, dude, leave Biden in. Leave him in. Definitely leave his ass in. He's the easiest. Of the two candidates, he's probably the easier of the two to beat. Because you have people questioning and self-doubting, right? Well, I don't know, man. Biden doesn't look like he can do it. Like, that's Democrats saying that to themselves. You know what I mean? You want that air. You don't want the air of Democrats saying, is Kamala, competent to be the president? Like, they don't have that right now. The Democrats don't thinking that shit. Is he actually senile? Or is she actually senile? They're not thinking that. Like, that was a big misstep, too. I was like, ooh, you wanted to leave Biden in. The best Trump matchup was Biden. Trump-Biden was a good matchup for MAGA specifically. But then now you got Democrats like, we should get Trump out of the election. I'm like, fuck no. It's easy. It's like softballs. See, Kamala's got softballs. Straight up softballs. Now, if she does that or not, I don't know. She should. Keep it simple. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter if she was deemed god-awful. Doesn't matter if she was deemed or voted worse than the party. Does not matter. What matters is what people think right now. That is what matters. And the best chance for the Democrats was easily anyone but Biden from within the party. That's why he dropped out. It was apparent. It was easy to see. He wasn't going to win. And that's the reality. So we can mince words all day long. We can argue all day long. Say, wait a minute, she was this, or nobody liked them. You remember, you're talking to the wrong person. You're trying to say well, the Democrats hated her. Yes, but you're not going to convince a Democrat that's already like, boom, I'm voting Democrat. I don't care if it's a stuffed animal running for office. I'm voting Democrat. You're trying to swing the swing voter, especially in an election like this. You're trying to get that person that's on the fence, right? The one that can be swayed. Remember, that's what debates are about, is that person that you can sway. You're not going to sway a MAGA voter, right? You see, the fucking MAGA voters are out there with like bumper stickers, fucking flags, and fucking they got tattoos of fucking Trump on their face, 45 written over here. That guy, you're not swaying that guy. You're not swaying that guy, but you may sway like a conservative, right? If you're a Democrat. So you got to appease that voter. You're not like I shouldn't say this. It's terrible to say, but no, Kamala should not address Palestine. She shouldn't because you care about it. You're like the fringe of the Democrats. Fuck no. She should be in that debate going after the fucking undecided voter. Same for Trump. That should be the mission for both of those candidates. Swaying voters. This is not your time if you're like a MAGA or you're Antifa. This debate will not have anything to do with either of you. It's going to have to do with the swing voter, or it should. If you were smart, you would. it would if you were smart as a candidate, and you had like a brutal gangster campaign manager that knew what to do. And the debate should be different than the DNC convention or the RNC convention. That is usually placating your base, right? You're there to suck off your base, basically. Spoo's squeezing higher now to the half-an-hour trigger, trading 546.13. 547's trading 55 cents right now. Oh, pain, baby. Give him that pain to the upside. Yeah, I would, if you're going to watch the debate tonight, pay very close attention to, truthfully, no matter who your candidate is, pay very close attention to, are they able to make each other look incompetent, of course, but not for you. Like if I was MAGA, pretend I'm MAGA, right? I want you to think, if you're MAGA, I want you to think about it from the perspective, even if you're MAGA, think about it from the perspective of a swing voter. Did we convince a swing voter that Kamala should not be president? Not me, as MAGA, right? Oh, yeah, baby. Woo! Second tag. Now trading 73 cents on those 547s. I should have stayed in. Watch us trade $1 now. That's a 300% trade if you held. Well, it will be, or it could be. So if you're a Democrat, right? Think about if you're a Democrat and you're voting for Kamala Harris, you want to see Kamala swing a voter to vote for Kamala. If you start hearing her sucking off the Democrats, that is not the thing to do. No way. you want to be swing. You want to cast doubt. As a matter of fact, I'm a Democrat, right? You want to appeal to a conservative and say, "Hey, we know that you vote for John McCain, Mitt Romney. We know that we disagree in a lot of our policies, but that guy over there is not your best candidate. You should go back to the drawing board, get a different Republican candidate. Whether this is true or not doesn't matter, but you should go over there and find yourself a new candidate. He's a threat to democracy, and we can go from there. And I promise that I'm not going to do anything crazy to disrupt our country while you seek out a new candidate. You do that as a Democrat, right? You will get conservatives that will be like, you know what? We need to replace his ass either now or run a different candidate. Just let her have these 4 years. We'll come back to the drawing board. That's what you need to win. I kid you not. So, a little bit of doubts sprinkled in. And for MAGA, for Trump, of course, he needs to make Kamala look like no one wants to be president. But for Democrats to not vote for her, a swing voter to not vote for her, or even conservatives in your own party to not vote for her, you need to do what? She's going to crash the economy. She's going to take all your money away from your 1099s. Your house that's in a 1099, she's going to make you pay more taxes, all that kind of doom and gloom to anyone that's a homeowner, anyone that's a business owner. You need to cast that doubt, right? Don't worry about it. I won't do the abortion bans for everybody. Just your taxes mean more than anything. So you want to be, if you're a Democrat, you want to be paying attention to that from Trump tonight. Now trading 546.72 into 115, baby. Woo! You got another 15 minutes possibly to get up there and do it. Come on, Bulls. Remember, this is a debate, not stumping. Stumping is different. The two of them are both telling you they're going to spend. Then you got the conventions. That's for base. This is all about swinging people, swinging them to the dark side. Get on up there, baby. Trade 546.99. You guys are all still short, right? Fucking fast typing. No. I sold the bottom, Cap. I just didn't get a chance to tell you in the chat.
Reverse repo operation.
Biff Tannen versus anyone I pick. Anyone. The debates, if you have smart candidate, or if you have smart campaigns, debates are meant to sway voters. The DNC and the RNC does not want you to vote. If anything, if you were really smart, most of the constituency of the Democrats are highly educated. So most of your working men, working women, or identify oftentimes, not always, but oftentimes with the Republican Party. There's a lot of business people too that do that, as well as financial people, believe it or not. People with taxes on the line, right? But if you're gonna invade the Democrats, normally it is you know how you beat the Democrats too? you have them infight. Not the Republicans. You can't get them to infight, but the Democrats you can. Democrats, you can actually go after them and say they're not liberal enough, and they're too liberal. Both statements. Not liberal enough. They're probably a Republican in a Democratic clothing, and also she's not really a Democrat. So you do both of those. So what you do is you get infighting in the Democratic Party, and they start fighting with each other, and then they don't vote because they go, you know what, Kamala's not liberal enough for me, and Kamala's too liberal for me. I'm just not going to vote. If you make a Democrat stay home, that's like the easiest thing you can do because they're intellectual. They think about this shit. Believe it or not, that's what they do. They already know this, though. I'm not telling you anything that's not unknown within these parties. Get on up there, trade it, give me $1. I'm not in anymore, by the way, but I want to see the dollar anyways. Trading 87 cents right now. On a low in the low 20s earlier. 400% trade, baby. 300%. Woo! Ding, 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 chicken dinner. Ding, 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 ding. Target, upside target, hit. Well, within a penny or two, right? Return to the scene of the crime, go all the way up there. Go on up there, trade that 547, put it in the money. Seriously, you're not gonna hit 547 on the penny? Fuck is that right there? 546.96, you assholes. If you're a market maker and you're watching this show right now, damn you! Give me the penny. $69, $69, 60% of the time. Great action today, by the way. Don't worry, I got turncoats in my own fucking Discord. I'm down here trying to buy a goddamn dip, and they're like, down here like trying to buy dips down here, like, oh, he's bad, they shouldn't be doing that. Oh man, don't be buying that. This shit's crashing, bro. I love you all still, Discord. It's okay. We can have tape up and VIX up. That's not true. VIX and price can be up. VIX and price can be up, and it can be good. Can't be all, that's true and it's false. That's true and false. We're in a high vol situation. We've got doom and gloom tonight and doom and gloom in the morning. When we have price up and VIX up, it's because it's directionally not expected. Everybody's fucking short. I want you to know that right now. Everybody's short. They're all short. And they're all short here too. They're short right in here. They went short as fuck down here. They're put spreads down here. Don't believe anybody. They're all hemmed in. Every last asshole's hemmed in down there. They haven't closed nothing. They're getting rope-a-doped right into the bell right now. It's awesome. There's some guy at home in his computer. He's like, that's it. We're going to burn it tomorrow. He's sitting in his living room watching this show right now, and his shit's on fire. VIX up, spot up, or vol up, spot up. That's what's going on right now. Can I check Amazon? Sure. I can't believe you guys are looking for bottoms right now. You want me to check Amazon to start cranking? Can't you guys just wait until like September 31st or October 31st? It's not just you either. It's the whole market. I'm going to hear this shit right to the bitter end, isn't it? It's going to right to like, I guarantee that someone's going to come in this show and be like, Cap, is it ready now? Be like, is it October 31st yet? Is it September 31st? Hold on, brother. Who is that? Who asked that question? Amazon's finally ready. Double top. It's a double top, bro. I'm just kidding. Amazon. Let's look. Finally ready for a breakout. It looks primed. It looks great. All right, like it looks fabulous. Topically, right here, it looks like a cup and handle, doesn't it? And it's above its daily trigger. It looks absolutely stunning right now. It looks great. It does. It looks fabulous. Let's take a peek under the hood. Its weekly is neutral. Its monthly looks great. Quarterly needs some improvement. But overall, Amazon looks great. Let me look on a 30-minute basis. Like, nobody can wait. I mean, dude, the daily velocity on Amazon looks 30-minute daily velocity on Amazon looks absolutely perfect. So Amazon does look good, even in the face of seasonal weakness for the market. Let me take a look back in time here. I want to show you something on Amazon. I can't guarantee this happens, but I want to show you this. So this is 2023. It's not the exact same situation, but oh yeah, look at that squeeze and SPY. But I want to show you something kind of cool here. You've got peak right there, Thursday the 14th. Today is the 10th. It's not an exact, like I think we're down here right now, or we did go down there, then came back up, and we're like right about here, I think, somewhere in here. So maybe like into the 14th, you got a kick-ass print, right? But what happened later on? It was like a bloodbath down, right? And I think that's October 31st down there, tip to snout. So the only thing that I would say to you on Amazon is it looks great. It should go higher from here. But I do have a question for you. Like, are you in the trade for up here or just right here? And so let's take a peek at it now over here. We're in the same kind of situation, aren't we? So let me ask you a question. We got a rate cut coming too, right? Let me ask you a quick question here. Looks great here, right? So what if Hold on. 17th, 18th. Right there. I'll give you that. I'll give you the 18th. 14th is what you had last year. But let me ask you a question. It's like you got that move there, you got that move there, and then that one right there. Is your trade if that were to happen to you, would you be okay? If the answer is yes, like if you're like, well, Cap, I'm only going to be in the trade for, like this move here, I'd say, fuck yeah, I'd do it. If they blast us down into October, we do or don't get a rate cut, or it's too much rate cut and they panic, could you handle that downside move in the end of October? And in 2023, we have something very similar. Could you handle a move to 150, 135? I know that sounds insane, but here's another example of us going 191 to 150 like it was nobody's business. 25% drop, nobody's business. Few days, 2-3 days, 25% drop. I would say it looks bullish right now, but we're in a seasonal weakness, so I don't know what to say to you on Amazon. It looks great right now, by the way, though. Does that help? For me personally, I'm looking for somewhere in this vicinity. I'm looking for some kind of lowdown here for a trade into, and whether that's, I don't know, 13th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 31st over here, for a trade into January. For me personally, maybe they leave me behind. They just start blasting, right? Rip up here. Hourly trigger comes up. They start ripping it up. Yeah, you could jump on this trade the whole way up on Amazon. So I'm not anti that. I'm not anti this happening. I just I'd be looking for two things here with Amazon. I'd be like tactfully bullish. And what I would say to you on this would be, even if you just get rid of this right here, right? Just get rid of it. And I would say to you, just watch price action. Like you take the trade from a low, right? You got a beautiful little low right there. Take the trade just right there. That's it. That's all you take. That's it. You look for a pullback. If it holds, right, starts to go higher, yeah, jump back in again. Take that trade right there. Get out again. Let it fall back. And look for the check back on the hourly trigger, and you can take that again. Now, if you begin to, let's say you come down here at any point, right, and you begin to make a new low, I would then exit that trade because there's a high probability of that October 31st trade coming at you. That would just be market. Conditions, and not necessarily Amazon being bearish. That's like event-driven. We've got major macro things happening in the market. So if you have a market shock, a geopolitical shock, you guys know about last night's Ukraine. Two things. I want you guys to realize a few things here. Like, we're gonna have a talk here. Hold on here. We got to have a chat here. I don't know if you realize this or know this. So, there has never been an invasion of a nuclear superpower in the world. Never in history. Not one time. Until Ukraine made an incursion into Russia. Now, likely China has told Russia not to launch nukes, but the risk is there. And not only that, but last night, Ukraine launched 140 drones into Moscow. And they've launched drones before. They're now manufacturing their own drones. But I want you to know there's escalation going on, is my point. So we have geopolitical risk in the marketplace. Another truthful thing, I want you to realize this too. This is truth. I want to be objective with you. The rest of the world right now is watching our election. And for a lot of the world, whether you agree with this or not, a Trump presidency is very dangerous for world stability. And for a bunch of other stuff that has nothing to do with politics. It's like geopolitical still. So we have like shocks to the marketplace that are still there that we can't account for. So I just want to be aware of that, even with these lows in October and stuff like that. So even though like Amazon looks great, we also have what else? We also have a rate cut potential or no cut potential in September, right? You could also stoke fears in the marketplace that, you know how you hear him cry about over-tightening? At some point, that will be material, where market participants may be really scared. And you could see a market shock. This would be like deleveraging in a meaningful way if the Fed is perceived in truth that they've over-tightened or overdone this or overdone that. That doesn't mean it's going to happen. I'm just saying to you that we can plan and plot whatever we want. Just be thinking about everything looks great right now. And we're in the time of year where these things can come to fruition. And we're in a part of the cycle right now where these things do matter. And you might not have insurance. So if you think, you know what, the way is higher, Amazon is at a bottom, Amazon's going to break up and go to the upside, the only thing that I would say to you would be you're doing it one of the worst times of the year, and that on major highs, you probably are given the opportunity to hedge that trade. I'm not anti being long here. I'm not anti going to all-time highs. There's still a window open for bulls. Only thing I would say to you would be, if you're taking significant longs in the market with a thesis, you're like, hey, Cap, that Amazon shit looks like it's ready to rock. I would also say to you to please hedge yourself with like a double or triple ratio. It doesn't have to print, right? If you're going long Amazon, you ratio SPOOs or Qs. It's cheaper, by the way. So you can like hedge yourself. If Amazon rips higher and Qs follows, you'll lose $0 on the hedge. It'll break even or make you some money. But just, I want you to think very tactfully right now if you're a bull. If you're a bull right now, ratio spreads are your biggest friend of the year right now. Because it is traditionally a time where it's the weakest returns of the year. And also, we can get some shocks right now. There are some shocks out there, is my point. So let's say everything is honky-dory. We wake up tomorrow morning and there's a tactical nuclear bomb set off in Ukraine. You can't account for that. And you're not a hedge fund, are you? You don't have insurance for those events. I don't think you do. So I would say to you right now, this time of year, up until about up until about the election is decided, November 5th, I would be, or if your thesis is bull, have a way to hedge that doesn't cost you any money. Like literally, you can't lose any money. Regardless, you're either going to go moonshot at the end of the year, or if something bad happens, you're aware of it. That's my only thing I would say here. I think I said that to you before we went into Labor Day, past couple weeks. I'm like, hey, man, we have a real risk of going to the upside. You should be hedging yourself, though, with ratio spreads. Those paid and printed. The same thing applies from you have a window from now into about November 5th, where you should contemplate that as we go along. I wouldn't be hanging my dick out there. There's no need. There's so much time in the market. There's like, everybody's always like, I need the trade, 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 I need the trade. It's best setup ever, best setup ever. Oh my God, it mooned and I missed it. This asshole, Jim James, told me not to. I'm not telling you not to. I'm just telling you to measure your risk and your exposure of any time of the year right now. What do I think of Palantir right now? They should ramp into, trade independently and ramp into their inclusion. As long as price goes up on Palantir, I would be out the day before their actual inclusion. Is that on the 20th, I think? Whenever OPEX or quarter QOPEXs or whatever. Quarterly OPEX. You know, I've been there for costs getting, I've seen costs get annihilated. That's the only thing I would say to you guys out there. Like you can have a different thesis than me. You know, I don't care what your thesis is. I might care, but I mean, like it's fine. You should have your own thesis. You shouldn't have like Jim James' thesis. You should go out there and like, ask your favorite people what their theses are, put it all together and come up with your own thesis. But if I had any like actual financial advice, like truly, like this is real financial advice. Make sure you're well hedged. If you have market exposure right now, that is financial advice. Make sure you're well hedged if you do. And you can be well hedged. That costs you zero. Literally zero. There's no excuse for being long right now and on market highs, placing a ratio of some kind, a bear ratio. Absolutely. I'm with you, Winky, on that. Until something breaks, cost goes up. Every time. But when it goes down, baby, woo, it goes. Just be conscious of that stuff. I don't think it's going to happen. I wanted to say something else, too. The U.S. likely does not respond to that. If that does happen, don't get weirded out. Don't be like thinking about what I just said about Ukraine and Russia. Unless there was escalation, there likely would not be a nuclear response. Though there would be, Russia would be shut down immediately, and China would likely pair with us, the U.S. If you don't know that already, I'll tell you. We would probably China would align with the U.S. in that situation. I used to be in war planning with the U.S. If Russia was to set up a nuclear device, the U.S. and its allies and likely China wouldn't have to do anything either. They have time on their hands to plan what they're going to do as a response. I'm assuming that some of you think that if like Russia set off a tactical nuclear weapon in Ukraine, that it would be immediately World War III. That's not the case. It wouldn't escalate. It shouldn't escalate like that immediately, or theoretically, it wouldn't. Also, whoever that lady is out there that wrote that book about nuclear war, don't listen to her. She doesn't know what she's talking about. She has zero idea what she's talking about. Literally zero. They fed her bullshit. She wishes. She wishes that's what it was like. R1. You got a couple things to note here. It's a quick look here. Make sure we got this right. So that is wrong. That is correct. Don't plan your doom and gloom around that stuff. Just don't do it. It's highly improbable that it happens. But there's risk of it happening. Don't plan on it. Just give me 555 to 2, please.
So Storm Francine is expected to become a hurricane this afternoon or tonight as it travels northeastward across the western Gulf of Mexico.
Oh, God. You got like Basement Bob's like, tell him the hurricane's coming. You don't want to know what those 547s are printing right now. Don't look. You'll be pretty pissed off. She's a storm, all right. It's my mother-in-law's name. That's right. And it likely wouldn't be, we could likely destroy Russia. I don't think people realize how big our military is. There is no, I want you to know that out there. There is no, Russia's not our near peer in any way, shape, or form. Any way, shape, or form. And no, they're not going to launch an ICBM and to the United States and put one off. One of the things that really shocked me recently was I was very surprised that the U.S. and Israel showed their capabilities for knocking missiles out of the sky with the ballistic missiles that were sent by Iran to Israel. It really, when you see that stuff, I'm sure that the world was watching. I'm sure that Russia and China were watching, and they were like, what the fuck was that? You launch ballistic missiles from Iran to Israel, and they get knocked out of the sky. I wouldn't want to see that if I was, a counterpart or an axis power to the United States. I'd be like, maybe we should rethink what we're going to do here. No, it's not an intercontinental ballistic missile. It's not a supersonic missile, supersonic ballistic missile. But still, that kind of technology is rare to even be shown publicly. Rare. I was shocked that they even showed it. That was like a warning. That was a warning to Iran and a warning to Russia and China, believe it or not. Had to be. You would rather see those ballistic missiles land, believe it or not, than show your capabilities to pick them out of the sky one by one. Yeah, when you see that stuff, it's it's showing what you're probably not showing all of your capabilities. Like the U.S. is like working on 6th generation warfare right now. In reality, some of our best stuff that you see is 5th generation warfare. You'll hear people out there say like, we don't do drone warfare. We've been doing it for decades. As a matter of fact, before the Ukraine war, if you go to like state fairs and stuff, they have drone pilots being recruited by military. They've been doing it for like 10 years now. Like even like civilian drones in the U.S., the military hosts drone competitions for teenagers. I don't know if you know that. For like high school kids to like race drones. They've been doing it for 10 years now. The U.S. doesn't show everything. I told you guys that one story once, right? I have more stories, but I got the one I think I can tell. The one about how the AWAC was knocked out of the sky in China, and they were flying missions. They were on TV telling you a story that wasn't true. Witnessed it with my own eyes. They don't tell us shit, or as civilians, they don't. What we consume is completely different than what actually goes on. It's like it's all wrong. The whole fucking thing is not accurate. Like nothing. Every time I sat in a fucking they get these like trailer defects. And you go in and you eat in these defects, and they've got a AFN news going on. And if you're in a combat zone, or if you're in any kind of like front line anywhere, and if anything pops off and you see it on CNN or Fox News, you're like, that ain't fucking that's not what's going on right now. Like none of that shit's real. It's all fake. But and we're all civilians, we're all arguing about it, and we're discussing what we think is real and what's what we're being told. But like what we're told and what's real is like we're talking like it's not even in the same realm. It's not even like none of it's even real. It's just like we're arguing about stuff that is not real. It's really bizarre. I mean, it's fine. It keeps the populace talking about it, right? Discussing it, policy, all that kind of stuff. But it's not really what's going on the ground or in the skies or in space or underground and all that kind of stuff. I don't even think you want to know what I think? I don't even think it's not even if they have the money to launch nukes. I bet they don't leave the tubes in Russia. I don't even think they would leave the tubes. Nothing land-based that I think would leave the tubes. I don't even think that their subs would make it. I think we track them all. It's so bizarre. Like when you see like what the U.S. actually does behind closed doors is fucking insanity. China will be our near pair soon, but not yet. It'll probably take them 20 to 50 years to get there, but they will get there. More so than Russia will. Russia, though, has no hope. Zero hope. China knows this, too. They're not China's near pair either, in any way, shape, or form. China's probably the closest that could become our near pair. Pakistan possibly could as well. Pakistan's a real threat, too. Even more so than India. Pakistan's a danger to the hegemony of the United States of America, believe it or not. We're not necessarily a danger, but Pakistan, yeah, they're probably the next one. If we trade like fucking 540, if we trade up right like straight, if we vertical right into the bell, god damn. Delete comments. Told him not to buy that dip. I'm not long, but I should have stayed long. I thought about staying long into the close. Figured I'd get eaten alive going up there. I didn't want to risk it. I've had that happen to me a lot. So I'll just take the money and run and get out. Yeah, I don't think they leave the tubes because we have weapons focused on them. I think we take out all the satellites in space. I think everybody gets an EMP. EMP for you, EMP for you, EMP for you. We directly try to take out all leadership too, immediately. The one thing I would say to you out there, if you're not from the United States, do not ever not believe in the U.S. resolve. That's another scary ass thing. I was in U.S. Army Command. I assure you, the U.S. will light the world on fire if they need to, without a blink of an eye. I don't think that happens with one tactical nuke. From my experience from seeing war planning and stuff. But if you ever had that situation, the U.S. has full resolve to do that stuff. They will break like we have to have this happen first or whatever. But the U.S. is very serious. They take that stuff very, 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 very seriously. Although we're not aggressors, I will say that too. I have to say this too. In anything that I've ever seen, I used to sit in rooms. I was like a driver for a 2-star general in the United States Army, and I would sit in the room. That was my thing, right? I wasn't involved in anything, but I was there at all times with this guy. The U.S. is not really in that level. I've never seen the U.S. ever. I've never ever experienced like the U.S. ever wanting or plot or plan to be an aggressor. I've never seen it. Like, hey, we're plotting to take this country over. I've never seen that ever in my life. Never seen any plans for that kind of stuff. Ever. Not ever. Where we're like plotting to overthrow a nation or something like that. I've never seen anything like that. Always defensive. Always defensive. Always like, if this happens, then that happens. And they war game all that shit. I would sit in these meetings and they would just war game every single scenario that they could think of. They would think of all kinds of crazy scenarios, like, and they would go over them again and again and again and again and again and again. But never did I ever see any war planning like, hey, we're going to knock that guy over. Like, we're going to take out Kim Jong-il or something. Or Kim Jong-un now. Never witnessed any of that stuff. Yeah, that is what I did see. There was actually some shocking things. I can't talk about this stuff, but I can talk about it without giving details. There were some scenarios that I was shocked at the outcome, or what we would do in certain scenarios. And I was like, wow, I never expected that. I always thought, I never considered the fact that, like that's the Berlin Wall stuff. It's the same as I like just never think about it. Like, civilians are very powerful. You'd be surprised at how powerful you can make the U.S. your lapdog as a civilian. It's shocking. We have an example of it, though. Berlin Wall comes down. East Berliners walked right through West Berlin, right? Right? Like, there was no fighting. There was no crowd control. Did you notice that? You ever think about that? Berlin Wall comes down, and you've got East Germans walking across into West Berlin. That's what happened. The power of a civilian is fascinating to me, and very dangerous to power structures in countries. Maybe not like a dictator. A dictator will mow down a bunch of civilians, but for the U.S. in particular, civilians have a lot of power, a lot more than you'd think. You have a piece of it? Right on, right on. Yeah. I don't know about other countries. I mean, I'm sure if like civilians are walking down through Tiananmen Square, they're going to mow you down with a fucking tank or something, right? But not the U.S. If you're not from the U.S. and you're like an opponent of ours, and you're like a civilian, you're like, we want to kiss and make up and walk across this border, they would let you. Like, literally. It's really bizarre. Or it's not bizarre, it's just like counter to what you'd think. No, we're hostile. I mean, we're trying to. If you're in the Army or Marines in particular, there are some parts of the Air Force and Navy that are too. But everyone's a soldier in the Army. Your first MOS is always as a soldier, as infantry. Period. You're taught to kill. Brainwashed, actually. They get really good at it too. They spend billions on that shit. All right, so good points. All right, it's 2 p.m., okay? Give me 15 minutes, make a quick break. I'm going to go potty. Give me 15 minutes. Have you guys noticed that I'm swearing less than I was? Any guys noticing? I'm trying to work on this. I had somebody reach out to me. I had 2 people reach out to me. I had one person reach out to me and scream at me. I was like, that guy can go F himself. And then I had someone in the Discord reach out to me and say, can you clean it up? In a very constructive way, and I'm trying my best right now not to swear. I know I'm still swearing. Hopefully it's not as much as I used to. And I'm going to continue to work on it. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to be back with you, and I'm going to do 2 things. I'm going to review expectations for tomorrow. And then I'm also going to review with you GME. And there's a few things here. We still have not swept the lows. Before I come back, I want you to know that we have not tagged 550 and 552 to sell. I've been waiting for this for 2 days now. Still hasn't happened. That's to sell the trade, what? 28 and 20. So we're still not there. If we don't get there, conditions may improve for an upside trade too. Just like bears, just like bulls, doesn't matter. Time is your enemy. It really is. It can be price or time, but it can also be an enemy to you as well. Time's multifaceted. So we'll look at that today before the close. We're going to look at expectations for tomorrow, positioning for tomorrow, and we're going to look at GME. So if you got GME friends out there, let them know that we're going to review what to expect. Give me 15 minutes. I'm going to just get up, get the blood flowing. We've got a few things I want you to be aware of. It's 1:59. We normally what? Like 2 o'clock is like the witching hour here. It might be good today because we are in negative gamma. It could be good for bulls actually. It's countered, right? If we're in low volatility, 2 p.m. is usually horrible for bulls. We're in some negative gamma right now, so it could actually be good for bulls. We got a couple PTs above here. And we're coming into 2 p.m. Then we've got, of course, power hour or sour hour. What's going on here? What's going on here? All right, there we go. This lots of supply. I'm not sure if this is still here. It looks like they came down earlier. Became sellers. PT1, PT2 up here still sitting there. We're right back to where we were before, right there. So you can see it. Situation normal again. I'm improving, right? I know I've got a long way to go with the swearing. I'm trying my best. I really am. I really am trying to clean up the show. Doing my best here. FX Retracer, if you're out there, I wasn't trying to mess with you yesterday. I wanted you to know that I love you, man, if you're out there. I tried to respond to you after the show, too. If you're listening to the show right now, I don't want you to think that I was mad at you in particular yesterday. I was using it as a vehicle to get a point across. I don't think you thought I was that or whatever. I love you, too, man. I'll be right back with you guys in just a minute. literally have the meat sweats. Like I need to get up and I don't know, drink some more water and fucking lift some weights or some shit. Can't be eating lunch like that. Sitting in a chair, fucking pounding a sandwich.
According to BSEE, 26% of natural gas production at the US Gulf of Mexico is shut due to the tropical storm Francine. And 24% of oil production at the US Gulf of Mexico shut as Tropical Storm Francine moves across the western portion of the Gulf.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
IWM backtesting its weekly trigger successfully. Looks gorgeous down here. There might be one more leg down here. You guys know about that last leg down, right? This might be bottom on IWM. There might be like one more quick rip down to like 204. If you have the brief last night, this is IWM. They just hit their first lower target down here, staircasing it down. All right, give me a quick second, and we're going to take a look at some stuff. It's 2:11. It's still sitting here too. It's like it's hard. Quick second here, guys. Bah, bah, bah. Okay, so we're gonna get rid of a bunch of shit here. No. You know, we're going to look at a few things here. So we're going to look first at IWM. We're going to look at a few. We're going to today in particular. So at nighttime, I'll go through like currencies, metals. I don't do this with you on stream ever, but I do look at. When I'm giving you guys a brief at nighttime, I look at like currencies, metals, commodities. Things that things in the background that can actually impact the market. Anyways, it's not neither here nor there, but I'm going to give you a brief. I don't normally talk about this stuff on stream because it's kind of my sauce, right? There's a dumbed down version of it. So we're just going to look at the indexes right now. We're going to go to an hourly basis here. I'm sure you guys are all watching IWM and going, we're going to break out here, Cap. You're wrong. Like we just hit the weekly trigger. We're going to break out. We're going to go up here. We're going to do this. Even if we go down here to clear all that stuff out, that's probably the more likely path, Cap. You're wrong. But I don't have us doing that. I've got us going down one more minimum, probably to here, and then the move higher. It's possible that we could be done here. And this is like a bloodbath on no rate cuts with CPI. A no rate cut trade means we go even lower. There's a reason I'm telling you that there's probably another downside move here, and I'll explain it to you in just a moment. DIA. Yeah, same thing right here. So we get the tag down, tag up, right? We should be down here and then up there. We actually should just be down there. Well, actually right here. Yeah, down there and then up there. I guess that could be 3. Maybe that is 3. It depends on how you're counting, I guess. On a 4-hour basis in this one. Yeah, see, we're not done here. I guess so. There's 1, 2, 3. Bam. Bam, bam, bam. Then down. DIA probably looks the best of all. So far, DIA actually looks the best. There, then down there, and then higher. DIA probably looks the best, right? Of all the indexes, DIA, Dow Jones Industrial Average, looks fucking great. This is a nice reversal right here. I really like seeing that. You didn't quite close the gap, but it's close enough. Like DIA looks mwah. For all these indexes right now, this is my favorite one. It looks great. It's been looking good all week too. Well, that does not mean that it can't go down there. Or even like reject, close the gap, and then off and running. But of all the indexes, it's probably the best looking one out of all of them. for the rest of the week, it's been like that. It's been a pretty clean, gorgeous looking chart. Now, there's danger there still, hiding underneath. Even though it looks gorgeous, you know, you got some kind of like material like bam, bam, bam. Then you actually have, you know, your 1, your 2, and your 3, depending on what that is. 1, 2, 3. It's still the best looking of all of them, regardless. And it doesn't account for intraday stuff and 4 hours and 4-hour bars, 1-hour bars, that kind of stuff. But I just want to take a quick look with you guys on it. You know, like the weekly looks fucking phenomenal here, and like it's the best looking goddamn chart. Period. A little weak on the hourly, but overall, if you were to have one index that looks the best, it's this one. Qs. And this is so this is the brief from last night. And this is the brief from last night. I usually delete the movements before you guys see them because it's for our community. But I've been saying this, I've been harping on this every day this week. Like, I want to see the tag up here to sell down here and then go higher. And this kind of accounts for OPEX, you see it? The OPEX magnet, right? Scene of the crime is up here. And actually, I've got this one here, but I haven't shown you yet that it actually goes up here, and then it actually goes higher into the 18th. Into OPEX, 18th, 20th. Returns literally to the scene of the crime up here. This is the 24th right here, right? Yeah, this is the scene of the crime is actually right here. There. Double bottom, high or low. See it now? This cues. So the one thing I want to show you about this though too is we haven't been able to get this yet. And there will be some of you out there that'll say we don't have to, Captain. I agree with that. If price can get above, we don't have to go any lower. This can be X'd out. You can say bottom, high or low. That works for me too. But in a larger time frame, this is still viable. This here is still viable, and I want you to realize that. This is still a viable trade that we reject. Go all the way down here and blood this before we go higher. So unless we get improved price, right, the daily should come down, rain hell on Qs. Now, that doesn't mean you can't trade this up, but you get out of the way over here and you let price show you the way, right? Where this actually turns up and we can take that trade higher. But until that happens, you don't have a trade as a bull. And there's other reasons for that too. Weekly velo looks like shit. Daily velo here looks great, but the weekly looks terrible. Okay, damn it. I don't know what's going on. Anyways, you get the point. So you need some improvement in price is my point here. So let's look at SPY really quick. Like these are optional. This is optional here, but you're not long this going, hey, I'm long here for that. You can be like tactfully long to right there. And then you lay off it in case it rolls down, and then you get long as fuck down there. You can get long above, but not in here. This is where you like no-go zone for you as a bull. So Let's look at SPY really quick. SPY. And this is where the danger is for SPOOs, okay? This is on a 30-minute basis, right? The real danger here is that there's a bull trap, right? You go up there, they make the new low, and boom, you're down at 528. And the real scary thing is once you've rejected this, you will revisit at least that low theoretically and make a new low at 520. Like you'll get this, hold on, let me just do this better for you. Theoretically, you've got the high, the rejection of the high. That means we're going lower, right? The thesis would be we're going lower, and probably lower than our lowest low. So, you know, if you're going to have like a double bottom for bulls, you'd expect at least this. That's 528. If you're going to come back down here and do a double bottom, that's 520, right? And truth be told, if you look at it like October, late September, it's easy for us to break 500, actually hit 500, then trade 480. All that stuff's still there. It's all, none of it's cleaned up, none of it's fixed. Or fixed meaning like, yeah, we're done. This is the bottom. You can't actually do that. You can't actually do that until price breaks above the daily trigger, catches the new high, comes back down. Daily or hourly trigger holds this. We can't have that happen either. Make the new high, come back down, and then you have improving conditions for bulls. Woohoo! We're out of here. So, just into this close, and we have another problem here. On a 1 hour basis, you can see that we've got a gap. Let's see, it's right here. Giant gap. Can we leave gaps behind? Yes. Do we oftentimes come back and close them eventually? Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Weekly velocity looks like shit right now. Looks like dog shit. Weekly velocity on SPY looks like ass. That is unhealthy. It's not good. We don't have a series of new highs yet on weekly velocity either. So we don't have any improvement yet on weekly velocity. That's some powerful ass shit right there. Powerful negativity. You can see another gap down below here, 535, 536, right? Still not taken care of. So like drop you down, right? You're all bulled up. And then that's the actual move up. Even if we're going to make our way down. Or even down there. So, into tomorrow, for volatility this week. Monday. There's some bullishness in here, right? I see it. You got demand here, right? Demand there, trying to push it higher. Higher lows, higher lows. They try to flush you down today, right? I popped up a 4-hour bar for you today, didn't I? See me scrambling on the stream? I'm like, let's check what the 4-hour is. Why was I looking for that? Find out if they're still there, right? Are we still alive or not? And they're dropping bombs here. They're like, fuck you, lower. Fuck you, lower. Sorry. Lower. Send it down. Send it down. And there's still demand here, isn't there? Still demand here. Now, we don't know if that demand is stronger than these sellers above because this daily velocity are major sellers. You don't want to ever fight these guys. Could just be another chance to get liquidity to send that bad boy down, right? I'm trying to send it down, send it down, send it down, send it down, send it down. It's all the way back up where these sellers are up here, and they're the real sellers, right? So, constructive. And there's another fascinating part about this. Let's say these sellers are not as strong as the buyers, right? You still have the gap. You could theoretically break above, sweep the low, and then you're going higher, right? And meanwhile, you're getting cut up in here. It's bullish, but you're in like what? You're in like a weekly calls here, monthly calls right here. They flush you out. Your calls are now worthless. Then they take you into OpEx. Make sense? So there's some risk here for you as a buyer heading into OpEx if you're not structured. If you're in a spread, not so bad, right? You can withstand all this and go higher. If they start to blood you down, you could be in some trouble. So maybe it's not a call spread. It's a ratio spread. Bullish ratio. If you went down there, you'd at least be break even if we didn't come back up to this OpEx number up here later on in the month. So you got to like think about structure for higher highs if it goes against you. Can my call spreads withstand that move down and then up into OpEx? Can your call spreads ratios, what if they don't come back and they don't hit the highs until after OpEx? Your ratios would print for you or at least be flat or up 5% or something like that. So you got to like think about this stuff as we head higher. Now we're heading into this close today, right? And we know something. We know that volatility this week rests with two events. Rests with the debate, and it rests with the data that we have coming out tomorrow. So this is, and remember, manipulation, right? We're going higher, and then boom, it's actually lower on the week. And then next week is the higher. Manipulation. Take the money away from these people. Rob them of all their money. Tomorrow we've got PPI month over month. Core PPI. Initial claims. Continuing claims. Core PPI year over year. Jobless claims 4-week average. PPI X food, X energy, trade, blah, 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 blah. Tons of data tomorrow. Or excuse me, that's Thursday. Tonight we've got the election volatility. We roll right into tomorrow, 30-year mortgage rates. We have core inflation tomorrow, right? CPI tomorrow, two big events. Thursday, we've got PPI. Then we've got 30-year bond auction on Thursday, 30-year bond auction. Friday, we've got Michigan consumer sentiment. We got a lot of data coming out this week. Later in this, we got data, huge data. We got presidential vol tonight. We got volatility in the morning. We got volatility on Thursday. Then we got Michigan sentiment. And we got some GDP now coming out down the road, which is going to look ugly. Well, not ugly, but there's going to be a discussion about it. Over tightening.
Diesel October
rate of GDP.
$2.05 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline October.
So there could be a trap in here for bulls, even if we're going higher, before we ever get to OpEx and magnet.
$2.23.
So what I would say to you tomorrow is the same thing that I said yesterday and the day before. They're attempting to throw this lower before higher. So the expectation into tomorrow and Friday is the same.
WTI crude October futures settle at $65.75 a barrel. That's down $2.96 or 4.31%.
Can we hit 550, 552, send this down, close the gap? Boom, down to the weekly trigger, 528 minimum. Could even be an extension down to 520. I know you don't believe that. Still valid. Seasonally, the worst time of the year. I don't think, and we've got no buyers out there. They're there, but we don't have anyone adding to slow down and move to the downside. We're still under positive gamma. We're negative gamma still. They just tee off right on positive gamma. Bam, to the downside. So how do you trade that? As a bull, you can't be long as we approach this. You're like wrapping it up, get out. If you see prices improve, you wait for the back test and the hourly trigger to show you the way higher. As a bull, you have to be tactful here. As a bear, it's the exact opposite. You're in sell mode. This is your time of the year to shine. You're Johnny on the spot up here. This is your game. You're the doom and gloomers. This is your season. It's up to you to sell this. Let me show this too in the inverse really quick, just so you can see it. See it now? Come up here, and then boom. Make sense? Put the paint on you as a bear. Put the paint on you. Get yourself a nice little bull flag there, don't you? Make sense? Could even squeeze some a little more, couldn't you? They're in there looking to sell this right here or buy this if this is the inverse. So you're gonna have your stops here, aren't you? You're in the inverse. You're buying the dip. You're selling the rip right here with stops underneath. Make sense? Give me a second here. So if you're a bear, you're like selling this, right? I didn't write that right, but stops up here. Somewhere up there you get some stops. Goes against you. You get a chance to get out before it goes the other way. Just be conscious of this. Like if you're a buyer, you're not getting involved in that. They'll try to rain hell on you down here. Here. You're gonna get selling here. You're gonna get selling in here. And just like I showed you in the inverse, if you see this and then that, you know what that means, right? We're going that way, right? So it's just like the inverse. Make sense now? This is the upside target, but it's inverse, right? This would be like a bear selling, right? Get the low, get the new low, boom, getting long in the market. You guys understand what I'm saying here? So, make sense? And velocity is not on your side as a bull. Weekly velocity is very bad right now. Weekly velocity says we head down here and crank down here. So, for me at least, expectations into tomorrow. Squeeze up into the close. They might try to force you. They've been trying to do it now all week long. Trying to dump it. Well, not dump it, but push it. Throw you down, buy. Well, this is sell the rip, but it's buy the dip in the inverse. So this would be expectations into the close. One more leg down, and then we swoop up into the your OPEX stuff over here, 18th, 20th, stuff like that. So if you're a bull, you have to wait for price to show you the way higher. Does that make sense to you guys out there? And this could come at any point. This can come here. Be an auto sell. Can break above. Auto sell. Like they're going to come in here. They're going to be like bam, bam, bam. They're going to give it their all. I assure you of that. You're like, okay, Cap. We go up. You were wrong, Cap. We didn't roll. Go up there, right? They're gonna try to sell you here. They're gonna try to sell you there. And even if you get up here, you're likely coming back down no matter what to get the new low, and you're Johnny on the spot right there. Make sense? But this is very dangerous for a bull. All that very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. They can roll you here. They can roll you right there. And they can roll you right down there. So, and I want you to think about something. Earlier today, I watched that chat, and I watched the chat in the Discord. Well, first I'm like, let's set up a trade. Right? I didn't take that trade, did I? I just waited. They blooded it down, right? They immediately went to look to see where support was. And all the chat said, what are you doing buying the dip down here? Last known support. If I put stops underneath it and we start to really roll, it's not going to matter, right? But this is where you buy the dip, right? This is where you're exiting. And this is where you get long above this, not in here. This is where FOMOers go to die. Roll you down, provide the liquidity to the downside. You don't want to be messing with that. As a seller, you know where to sell now, don't you? Right in here. What did I say to you yesterday to the bell? I was like, I wouldn't be long into tomorrow. They might try to throw it down on you. But I wouldn't be short into the bell right now, would I? And I wouldn't be short here in the bell either. Right now, I wouldn't be short. Well, maybe you got a little piece here. But, like, I'd be trying to get short now, right? So I'm trying to get long down here. Kind of like trying to get short up here.
U.S. crude futures settle at the lowest.
You got a little bit of this shit here. But I wouldn't be getting short there yet. I wouldn't be getting short here until you start to have a breakdown of the 1, the 5, and all that kind of stuff. But you should be like Johnny on the spot as a seller right fucking there. And as a matter of fact, you don't want to be Johnny on the spot here. If you're a bull, you want to see that. You actually want to be a Johnny spot right about there.
Settle at $69.19.
You want to hold that line at 5.53
or 3.69%.
or wait for price action to show you the way. Then you're Johnny in the spot right there. Same thing over there, right? Rejects, Johnny in the spot right there. So,
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer.
they could technically
for a year's worth
run your ass up right now,
of 1 month. And
like run you straight up into here. 415. And then slam you into tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday. Boom, 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 downside. Vicious. So, and you can see them right now. They're already doing it, right? They're already in here trying to sell. It's like first wave of sellers, second wave of sellers, third wave of sellers. This is where FOMOers go to die. FOMO bears, FOMO bulls, no-go zone. You can trade like, here and here. But on a higher time frame, you got nothing. And if you're a retailer, you're either looking for the roll off of the 1 and 5 to get started, or you're waiting for the roll off of the daily trigger, the 1 and 5 again. And better yet, set an alert on 5, set an alert exactly on, if you're a seller, set an alert on, without a doubt, 552.99. Because it can go there. It can. Theoretically, it can. And still be bearish. Still be bearish. At least for me, into the rest of the week, I am looking for selling up here. And I'm not bulled up until we're above, until we kiss this. Come back down, grab the hourly trigger, and let's party at 550. Because that is bullish. This, just another opportunity for sellers. Let's look at this a little small. Let's say you're on a finer grain. Let's say you're trying to sell this, right? On a finer grain, let's say you are trying to sell this. Do you sell this, auto sell this red bar? Fuck no. You're auto selling this up here, basically. Or this right here, you can auto if it reverses. But now the bulls are losing their steam. Good to see, right? Went the wrong way with that. Boom. Wow, they didn't get the new high. That sucks for bulls. Well, bulls failed to get a new high again, huh? Right? Bam, new low right there, right? Oh, yeah, look at these bulls. They're losing their stuff. Now, oftentimes you guys get too bared up, right? Or too bulled up. All right, we squeeze up, and you guys are like, I'm going to attack that right now. That's a sign of bullishness, not bearishness. You want to watch this happen. Either here, or above on that 553. It's the same thing over and over and over and over on every time frame. So when you're like, people are like, I got a feeling. Why I got a feeling? Just look at this right now as a seller. Why would you short this? You can't short this, not as a retailer. You need to see the failure here first. But you set it up and look for it. Let's say you're a seller right now. You're a bear. You want to first see the failure here, right? Bam, bam, bam. And you're Johnny in the spot waiting. If you guys are always trying to like top call shit or bottom call shit or whatever, but just like Johnny in the spot, like right there. Bam. And if you look at higher frames, like 4 hours, 1 hour, even a day, that'll tell you the bigger move that's coming, right? If you're on like a 4-hour bar, a 1-day bar, or 1 hour bar, it'll even imply to you how big that rejection is. Is this 1 hour resistance, 4 hour resistance, 1 day resistance? Is it weekly resistance? If it does reject, it amplifies a bigger move down, right? If it breaks through, it's an amplified move to the upside, even on time frames. You can't hear me? Can YouTube hear me? Just say yes on YouTube. Just say yes on YouTube. So Twitch is getting fucked right now? This is like a pretty big lesson. YouTube can hear me though, so Chase is getting the lesson right now. Good job, Chase. You guys understand what I'm saying here? Take this segment out and post it separate. Maybe cut it out and post it because it's an important lesson. Has gone down at this point.